Nowhere to ride? Now wherever there's carpet, blast off with Fun Slides, the amazing carpet skates that glide, slide, or ride. You decide. Race with them, play games with them, or just cruise with them. Fun Slides bring the good times inside. You don't have to be a pro, just strap them on and go, go, go. More fun than socks on a polished wood floor. Fun Slides let you slide on carpet. But wait, there's more. Constructed of friction-defying super smooth plastic, secured by hook and loop straps, shock-free foam, and elastic, Fun Slides let you safely zoom across any size room. Heel to toe. Heel to toe. Just push off and away you go. Check the replay. Just push off and away you go. Gripper grooves provide traction, and you control the action. Face off with Fun Slides hockey. Dance like a maniac. Fun Slide across the house, and then Fun Slide right back. No matter what your size, anyone can Fun Slide. Brothers, sisters, moms or misters, even your dog will want to Fun Slide. Maybe not. Down the hall, around tables and chairs. Fun Slide all over, but walk down the stairs. Fun Slides are totally kid-powered and safe for any carpet. And they come with a National Parenting Center seal of approval. So strap them on and see where they take you. You can get your pair of Fun Slides that fit virtually every shoe size for $14.99, plus processing and handling. Plus, you can get a second pair to share for $10 more with free shipping. That means double the ride, so you and a friend can both Fun Slide. As a special bonus, we'll include our Fun Slides Tips and Tricks DVD that also features bonus footage of pro and semi-pro Fun Sliders getting extreme. A $10 value, free with your paid order. If you've got carpet, you've got fun.
Fun Slide!
And ask about the Trick Stick Slide Rail, sold separately.
Hey, this Christmas party is getting a little too quiet. I think it's time we liven it up with my favorite Christmas gift, Mr. Microphone.
Hey, what's that?
Well, you set the dial on your FM. Favorite Christmas gift, Mr. Microphone.
Hey, what's that?
Well, you set the dial on your FM radio and testing.
Hey, I'm on the radio.
These kids are having a fabulous time with Mr. Microphone, the cordless microphone that actually puts your voice on the radio. There are no attaching wires, so you're free to move around. Broadcast over any FM car radio.
Hey, good looking. Well,
Fun.
Broadcast over any FM car radio.
hey, good looking. We'll be back to pick you up later.
You can broadcast in mono or with two or more radios in stereo.
Broadcast over any FM.
Okay, having technical issues here. Damn it, I wanted to have the infomercials on, mainly because they're a representation of George's life, which I want to get into later. So, let me see if I can find something to replace it to really quickly. Let's see. Do that. But we'll still start in just about 30 minutes. Just gotta add. I'm hoping these work. God damn it. Alright, so that's one. Then copy that one. And another one. Hopefully not bites the dust again. Alright, and hopefully this works. Alright, and if it doesn't, I guess I'll start the stream early. Hey, Melaine! Alright, otherwise the stream will start still at about 6:30. Okay, so let's see if this works. Oh, it sounds just like my stream right now.
Are you suffering from pungent pits, foul feet, beastly butt odor? How do you stop the stink? Hi, I'm Adam J, and this is Doc Bottom's Ace Spray, the all-new, all-over deodorant that prevents odors before they start and can be used anywhere, and I mean anywhere on your body. Ace Spray goes where other deodorants can't. Ace Spray your butt, Ace Spray your feet, Ace Spray under your arms, you can even Ace Spray your privates. Ace Spray is safe for all your odor zones. Our revolutionary formula safely protects you against embarrassing body odors by neutralizing odor-causing bacteria. It's that simple. No bacteria, no stank.
I work hard for a living. I sweat a lot. I got odors in special places. And with Ace Spray, I don't have to worry about that anymore. My butt.
Call an order right now before you stink up the place.
As a wife, mother, and former beauty pageant winner, I love to look my best. That's why I'm so excited about Sticky Nips.
With Sticky Nips, I feel sexy, I feel excited, and I feel wow.
Sticky Nips is an amazing miracle product that women all over North America and Europe are raving about. Sticky Nips are made to match your every mood, subtle, everywhere, and wow, for that sensuous look when you really want to be noticed.
Sticky Nips are like a fantasy come true. They've helped me get my sexy back.
Now when we go out, my man only has eyes for me.
When I first put the Sticky Nips on and I looked in the mirror, I just thought, wow.
Sticky Nips for a more beautiful you.
You lay down in bed to watch TV, then you prop up your head so you can see. You pile those pillows, but it just won't work. It's hard to see and your neck starts to hurt. Introducing the incredible TV glasses, the new glasses that let you see at 90 degrees. Now you can watch TV in bed without lifting your head. TV glasses let you lay back in comfort. No more neck pain, no more eye strain. These optical quality TV glasses transform your view 90 degrees, eliminating the strain of lifting your head. Bending your head for periods of time can cause pain and stress on your spine, but TV glasses let you keep straight, reducing stress. Simply put on TV glasses and transform your view 90 degrees. It's amazing! And TV glasses fit easily over prescription or reading glasses. Simply lay back, put them on, and watch TV comfortably. They're great for travel, too. Sit up straight in your seat and transform your view 90 degrees. It's amazing!
Next time you're feeling down, feeling that no one really gets you, or you're just wanting to hear some encouraging words, well, there's a solution.
You can have what you want. You can do it. The finish line is closer than you think.
The Cheers to You CD is 8 tracks filled with encouragement and cheering applause. It's even been featured on The Ellen DeGeneres Show.
We're on your side. We're here for you. We believe in you.
We guarantee you'll be feeling better about yourself and your life, or we'll give you your money back.
Hooray for
you! What does she have that you don't? Come on, you know the answer. What if you too could have firmer, fuller, sexier breasts without surgery?
Now you can with the Bosom Max treatment.
Look better than ever. Order now and start your treatment right away. Get the Bosom Max Breast Enhancer Bra with 3 levels of vibrations, the cream to increase elasticity, and the capsules to provide the nutrients for the development of your breasts.
I was a B cup at best, and I went up to a C. Now I look better, I feel more self-confident, and my modeling career is really taking off.
Just 15 minutes a day, and you too can have that attractive butt line you've always wanted with Bosom Max.
My best friend got implants, and she went through so much pain. Thank God I started the Bosom Max treatment. There's no pain at all, and my breasts are looking better and better. I love it.
Look better than ever. Start your treatment right away. Order now and you'll also receive free the Firm Max cream for your glutes. Call now.
Well, how does this mask do that?
Well, if you can get the idea of what doing 8 sit-ups a second would do for your stomach, you have an idea of what Rejuvenate would do for your face. Because in essence, Rejuvenate does for the face what exercise does for the body. And the way it does that is there's a control unit that during a facial session.
Boy, this stream is already off to just a flying start for me. God fucking damn it. So what I'm going to do, because I have a feeling if I restart this, it should work just fine. Hopefully. Alright, so do that. And I'll mute myself, and hopefully this time I should have no technical issues. Famous last words.
degrees, eliminating the
Just 15 minutes a day, and you too can have that attractive butt line you've always wanted. With Bosom Max.
My best friend got implants and she went through so much pain. Thank God I started the Bosom Max treatment. There's no pain at all, and my breasts are looking better and better. I love it.
Look better than ever. Start your treatment right away. Order now and you'll also receive free the Firm Max cream for your glutes. Call now.
Well, how does this mask do that?
Well, if you can get the idea of what doing 8 setups a second would do for your stomach, you have an idea of what Rejuvenate would do for your face. Because in essence, Rejuvenate does for the face what exercise does for the body. And the way it does that is there's a control unit that during a facial session actually sends an impulse up to the zones in the mask and actually activates the face and skin to exercise, tighten, and tone. So we like to say
this isn't just gonna work. This isn't gonna work for me tonight. I already can fucking tell. So I have a couple other options for openers. It doesn't necessarily have to be me playing videos, although it's gonna be an important part for me when I actually need to fucking play videos later. Okay, I have one last idea up my sleeve. Just gonna play the video smaller in case it's some sort of issue with that. I don't think it is, though. Now you can see all the stuff that I'm gonna be playing in the background, at least for now. Well, once again, thank you guys for being patient with me. I have no idea what's causing this shit right now, so we're at 447.
actually activates the face and skin to exercise, tighten, and tone. So we like to say that's a lot of face up since it's doing it 8 times a second.
During a facial toning session, the system delivers a mild impulse generated by a tiny 9-volt battery from the control unit. These impulses are directed to the specially designed gold-plated facial cushions of the patented facial mask and actually activate the face and skin to exercise, tighten, and tone through each of the 12 facial zones. These impulses start in the forehead facial zone and about every 20 seconds automatically move one zone at a time through each of the 12 facial zones. These zones are specifically designed to handle the major problem areas of the face. The system automatically repeats this process a total of 4 times during your 15-minute facial workout. The result is not only a more toned, youthful-looking face, but also a face that looks and feels fresher.
How many times has this happened to you? Before you go to sleep, you lay your electronics in the moat surrounding your bed because you just don't have enough space on your nightstand. In the morning, your early rising girlfriend comes to kiss you goodbye and accidentally steps on one or both of your beloved electronic devices, damaging them beyond repair. This, of course, leads to a huge fight. Or worse.
No!
That epitomizes what I'm feeling right now. This has just been a clusterfuck. Fuck me. Because I don't want to have to actually... Because the last time I tried to do, like, put a video from YouTube on here, that also failed. So I do not know what is up with Pot Player tonight that it's not letting me play these videos. What a great Streamline. I know, right? Nothing but success so far. Okay, you just joined, Jason? Yeah, I've been failing like a motherfucker. Like, I keep getting freezes with the video. I had audio clipping earlier. And just nothing but technical issues. So let's see, we still have another 19 minutes. Okay. So I guess I'm going to have to try to figure out a way to play some of this shit. Alright. Let me see if there's a way I can... Is this it? Nope. Is this it? No. I'll find it, goddammit. Is that it? No. That, no. Alright, let's try adding. Do not want that. Don't want that. Don't want that. Don't want that. Wow. Once again, I used to know how to do all this stuff so well. No, don't want that. Fuck me. Okay. Let's try display capture again. Except we're gonna adjust it. Is this it? How about... So that's not gonna work either. Oh God, I'm ready. I'm just ready to like put some sort of small caliber weapon right against the temple of my forehead and do myself a favor. I'm just getting to that point right now. It's funny. The last couple days, I only had a couple technical issues. Today though, it's really coming to a head. Let me try one more thing. Okay, so what does that do? Windows capture. What's we got? Oh my fucking God. It was that simple. The only problem is, since I don't have a dual monitor set up. Oh, wait a minute. No, there's an easier way I can do that. Hold on. So if I do that, no, that's not going to work either. Fuck. All right. Maybe let's try that. All right, so that's going to work for now. I'm going to have to manually put... Once again, I'm so sorry, you guys, for all the technical issues. But I'm just going to have this playing for now. I was going to look up links and stuff, but I obviously can't do that with this shit going on. So, once again, thank you guys for being patient with me. I'll start the stream in about 15 minutes. See you then.
Has the strength to withstand storm force winds. Amazing. Easily mend a hem in your desk to look your best. Even if you sit and split, Mighty Mend It will quickly fix it. Mend pillows and comforters right on the bed, or make furniture repairs and save money. Mighty Mend It dries crystal clear and is safe for most any fabrics. Plus, it's machine washable. Even after 50 washes, the bond still stays strong. We even repaired this parachute with Mighty Mend It, and it still has the strength to safely bring down this skydiver from 13,000 feet. Now that's the power of Mighty Mend It. Plus, it's ideal for scrapbooking or craft projects. You'll find hundreds of money-saving uses. Call now and we'll send you a large bottle of Mighty Mend It for just $19.99. That's enough for an entire house full of repairs. Order now and I'll triple the offer absolutely free. We'll even include a travel size and money-saving idea guide. But I'm not done. We'll send you a bottle of Gem It. Now you can add bling to just about anything. Yours free. But hang on. Order now and get our $5 rebate offer. You get it all. A mighty deal for just $14.99. Call or log on now.
Your favorite pants are hemmed for heels, but you want to wear flats. How do you fix that? Hi, I'm Lori Leland, and you are going to love this. It's Style Snaps from Hemming My Way, the world's first snap and hem solution. Invented by a woman, Style Snaps are the fast, easy way to change your hem to fit any shoe. Top stylists, magazines, and TV shows are raving about them. It's so genius. Just peel off the backing of the Style Snaps, place them wherever you want your hem, and snap. No sewing, no ironing, and no gluing. How easy is that? Now your favorite jeans will work with every shoe in your closet. Style Snap's unique adhesive makes them adjustable, reusable, and safe on any fabric. And because they're not permanent, you can change your hem as often as you change your shoes. You can snap it up, then unsnap it back. Just like that. Snap it wide for seasonal boots, short for sassy flats, or sexy and tight for a look that's definitely right. And it's not just for hems. Tame unruly lapels, belts, and pockets without a stitch. Perfectly hem a skirt or tighten a shirt. snap up tattered cuffs to give those pants new life, or clothes revealing gaps in blazers. And Style Snaps is budget friendly for growing kids. Now they can even share clothes. Forget pricey trips to the tailor or permanent tapes and glues. Now you can change your hem like you change your shoes. During this special TV introduction, you get 16 Style Snaps for just $19.99. Order right now and we'll double the offer. Absolutely free. That's 32 Style Snaps. Enough to snap and hem a closet full of clothes for the same low price. You get all this, an incredible $40 value for just $19.99. Call or log on now.
Hard to store, hard to handle, heavy hoses always end up tangled and kinked. What a mess. Introducing the Pocket Hose. The hose so small it fits in your pocket. Just turn on the water and watch this mini hose grow and grow and grow to maximum length to this long full-size hose. No need for bulky, ugly hose reels. Turn off the water and it goes right back to its mini size. Hang it right on the water spout. Store it with your garden tools or just keep it in your pocket. The Pocket Hose is so light it weighs less than this bottle of water. Even Junior can help. The Pocket Hose fits in the palm of your hand and grows to a giant hose. Powerful enough for really tough jobs. And when you turn off the water, it goes right back to its tiny size, ready to store even in a drawer. And when you need it, Pocket Hose quickly grows again. Do your entire patio with ease. Traditional garden hoses seem to always kink, but the Pocket Hose couldn't kink if you wanted it to. The secret is the accordion design that automatically expands when the water's turned on. It grows like magic right back to full size, and it's strong enough to pull this 5,000-pound SUV. Watch again. Just turn on the water and watch it grow and grow and grow. The Pocket Hose is super light and easy to handle. And when you're done, it practically puts itself away. It couldn't be easier. The 25-foot Pocket Hose is just $12.99 during this special TV offer. Call now and you can get a second Pocket Hose. Call now to get the amazing, growing Pocket Hose for $12.99. Also, be sure to ask about our special deals on the 50, 75, and 100-foot sizes. Call now and find out about free shipping.
You can crack 'em this way. You can crack 'em that way. And we've all done this. But no matter how you crack 'em, you always end up picking out eggshells. Not anymore. Introducing Easy Cracker, the ingenious new product that lets you crack open eggs, separate eggs, even crack hard-boiled eggs quickly and easily without the mess. Watch, it's so easy. Simply insert an egg into the cradle and squeeze to instantly crack and release the egg from its shell. No more messy countertops. No more slimy stovetops. The Easy Cracker separates any size egg from its shell in one simple motion, so you can crack them neatly right in the pan. No fuss, no mess. Uh-oh, crunchy eggshells ruin those muffins. With the Easy Cracker, the shell is always left behind, so you never have to worry about dropped shells. Peeling hard-boiled eggs can take forever, but with one simple squeeze, peeling hard-boiled eggs has never been easier. Separating eggs are a hassle, but the Easy Cracker has a special egg separator attachment too. Just place egg in the cradle and squeeze to divide the yolk from the white instantly. Make fresh meringues for pies or low-fat egg white omelets with ease. So don't ruin another egg dish again. Just crack, crack, crack away with Easy Cracker. Now you can order the amazing Easy Cracker with egg separator for only 2 easy payments of just $10. But wait, call now and we'll also send you Easy Scrambler. This unique automatic scrambler mixes the yolk right in the eggshell, so it actually comes out of the shell scrambled. Ingenious! Yours free. That's the amazing Easy Cracker with egg separator and the Easy Scrambler, all for only 2 easy payments of just $10. So order now.
Everyone gets calluses. They're ugly, itchy, and gross. And getting rid of them can be a real pain. Until now. Introducing the all-new Pet Egg Power. It gently buffs away calluses, dry or dead skin, and gets rid of rough patches in seconds. Just look at these amazing results. Then, switch to the smoothing roller and smooth your skin to perfection. Your feet will look younger, feel baby soft, and always be ready for a night on the town. The secret's the gentle nano abrasion roller that spins at 2,000 RPMs to quickly and gently buff out the driest skin for smooth, sexy feet.
The Power Pet Egg gives instant, noticeable results.
For years, I hid my feet because my heels were dry and cracked, and now they are so smooth and soft. I love it.
Men love it too. It's great for smoothing rough feet and for dry, calloused hands.
Before the Pet Egg Power, my hands were rough, dry, and cracked. Now that I'm using it, my hands are soft and smooth.
Blade-free Pet Egg Power is safe and completely painless. Guaranteed.
I feel so much more confident wearing strappy heels.
The new Pet Egg Power is the ultimate way to smooth, beautiful feet. Pedicures are expensive, and similar products can cost almost $70. Get Pet Egg Power today for just $14.99. We'll even include our smoothing attachment free to massage and smooth your skin to perfection at no additional cost. That's right, it's absolutely free. And for a limited time, you can also get Heeltastic, the easy-to-use soothing balm that glides like a roll-on. Perfect to use after your Pet Egg Power. And every order placed today comes with a certificate good for replacement rollers for life. Pet Egg Power, just $14.99. This offer is not available in stores. Order now.
Dinner can take hours to make, and who has the time? Hi, Kathy Mitchell here with my new Dump Dinner Cookbook. Now just dump and bake for full meals in minutes. So delicious. Look at these smothered pork chops, easy cheesy tacos, roasted chicken with potatoes, or this, the best pan pizza ever. Cut up some biscuits in a skillet. Dump on tomato sauce, your favorite toppings, and cover with cheese. Then bake for a delicious pizza stuffed with all the goodies. Yum! Here's my favorite comfort food dinner. Start with chicken and mixed veggies. Add a can of creamy chicken soup, a few chunks of Velveeta cheese, and top with a can of crescent rolls. Just look at this, a cheesy chicken pot pie with perfect flaky crust. How about a new twist on meatloaf? I dumped ground beef, stuffing mix, an onion soup pack, and water into this bag, then just mashed it all together. Now just cut off the corner and squeeze into muffin cups. After baking, top with mashed potatoes, a perfect portion in each muffin. You'll love it. Get great shortcuts too, like this beefy pasta. No need to pre-brown meat or boil pasta. Dump it all in the pot. Dinner is served in 15 minutes. Or try this shortcut ravioli lasagna. Dump frozen raviolis on tomato sauce. Add fresh spinach and cheese. Layer as high as you like for steamy, melty, home-style lasagna.
After work, I never want to spend time making dinner. Now, I just dump everything in and bake to make the ultimate chili mac and cheese.
Stop slaving over dinner. Make delicious meals in a flash with Dump Dinners, just $10. But wait, call now and you can get my best-selling Dump Cake Cookbook. Just dump and bake for this scrumptious Razzin' Peach Dump Cake. Or use canned biscuits to make fresh, warm, sticky buns just like Grandma used to make. You can get Dump Dinners and Dump Cakes for $10 with over 250 delicious homemade recipes. Here's how to order.
Feast your eyes on these homemade dishes and chocolatey desserts, all made with ramen noodles.
Really? Ramen noodles? Yes, ramen. Hi, Kathy Mitchell here with my new Ramen Joy Cookbook, filled with unbelievable recipes everyone will love. This entire basket costs under $10, and wait till you see what you can make with it. Check these out. Ramen shrimp, ramen tacos, even ramen sliders. Watch this. Brown some beef or any other meat with a ramen seasoning pack. Dump in a package of ramen, a good-sized squirt of ketchup, and a can of cola. Yes, cola, for a fantastic barbecue beef pasta better than what they serve at the rib joint at a fraction of the cost. What more? Form cooked ramen and egg into a fast pizza crust. Then add your favorite toppings for a mouth-watering pizza in minutes. It's right here on page 84. And here's my favorite. Just dump some ramen on top of some leftover chicken and veggies. Add a can of soup, stir and bake. A delicious feast for the whole family, all for less than $3. Want the best salad ever? Start with lettuce, onions, and mandarin oranges. Top with crushed ramen and pecans, and use your seasoning pack to make an awesome dressing. A restaurant bestseller you can easily make at home. Oh, love that crunch. How about these decadent truffles or Grandma's ramen apple pie?
I love these recipes. I made the creamy berry crumble. It was fast, easy, and so delicious.
So amaze everyone with my new Ramen Joy Cookbook. Just $10. But wait, you can also get ramen nibbles with my favorite party recipes, like these cheesy jalapeno poppers or this fresh ramen hummus. And don't forget dessert, chocolate mousse-filled ramen cups. Yummy! You can get both books with nearly 100 delicious ramen recipes for $10. Here's how to order.
Call 1-800-383-7660 to get Ramen Joy on the special TV offer, but you must call now or go to www.buyramenjoy.com. So call 1-800-383-7660. That's 1-800-383-7660. Call now.
Hi, Kathy Mitchell here with my new Red Copper Egg Chef. You're gonna love the way this magic machine cooks delicious omelets, hard-boiled eggs, and lots more in a flash. Boiling eggs can be a mystery. Are they done or not? Who knows? Well, Egg Chef does. Just place eggs and water here, add the lid, and press the button. That's it. In just minutes, soft, medium, or hard-boiled eggs cook to perfection. There's no guesswork. It automatically shuts off and beeps the second your eggs are done. It's smart and fast. And look, when they're cooked right, the shells slide off with ease. Add this insert, and now it's an omelet cooker. Toss in your favorite ingredients to make mile-high Western omelets, bacon, cheddar, and chives. Even use egg whites. Easy to make and taste great. You can even make quick scrambled eggs for breakfast burritos or over easy without ever touching a fry pan. Crack 2 eggs into the split tray, and you've got perfectly poached eggs for Eggs Benedict and more. The secret? A unique thermal sensor that guarantees excellent results every time. Now enjoy fresh egg salad sandwiches, scrumptious deviled eggs for a protein-packed snack. Plus, its compact design stores away with ease. Egg Chef also makes the best steamed vegetables. Just look at that color and wait till you taste these zucchini noodles in a stir fry. The possibilities are endless. Stop stressing and guessing with your eggs. Order my new Red Copper Egg Chef for only $19.99. Plus, get my Eggs and More recipe book free. If Red Copper ever fails, we'll replace it guaranteed. Call now and receive the omelet insert and the poached egg tray, both free. And here's something to get excited about. You can double the offer and receive a second set. Just pay a separate fee. An incredible value. Call now.
Call 1-800-690-4010. That's 1-800-690-4010. Call or visit by eggchef.com. So call 1-800-690-4010. Order now.
Hi, I'm Kathy.
All right, hello, welcome everybody to tonight's stream. All right, let me turn this shit off. Now you may be wondering, why the fuck did I play all those stupid infomercials? And it's simple. They were all stupid ideas in order to manipulate stupid people. And, you know, George is easily the most gullible person that you... I mean, there's a lot of people who are dumb. Crystal is pretty fucking dumb. George, on the other hand, takes that ball and runs to the fucking field goal with it. It's a ruse! Exactly, Lewis. Exactly. I bet George had some of those recipe books in his cabinet and probably brought it with him. It's probably in the storage right now. I could imagine him making ramen fucking dump cakes. I would not eat any of those recipes. Those all look fucking disgusting. And probably thousands of calories per meal. That was the other thing. It was like, let's see, what was one? It was like biscuits, like refrigerator biscuits, refrigerator spaghetti. I mean, not refrigerator. Canned processed pizza sauce. And like already pre-shredded cheese. Yeah, exactly, Nurse Joy. Who would eat that garbage? I'll tell you who. George. The whole thing is designed for regarded people who have never touched any of their frying pans or anything in the kitchen. They don't even know what the fucking toaster is for. They're that stupid. But, of course, the whole reason I bring that up, alright, where is it? Is this. And that is, okay, so that's a little larger than I wanted it to be. Is to explain the difference between copyright and trademark. And George thought for certain he got an own on us by getting a trademark, which is anything but the truth. As a matter of fact, he made it even harder if he wanted to sue us now. So, as you can see here, copyrights are mainly designed for artists and people who create, I'd like to call it intangible media. So, in other words, things like movies, cartoons, music. In other words, in it and by itself, you can't buy it unless it's released on some sort of physical media. Then we go to trademark, and of course that is generally used by companies to protect whatever image it has. Now there are times when artists can use a trademark to enforce certain things. Kiss is a very famous example of that. I still hate Kiss to this day. I'm sure I'm going to get kicked in the nuts for saying, "Oh, I forgot to turn this shit off." But they license the fuck out of everything, and I'm sure they've sued people in the past for violating it. So when George the only reason he can sue us now is if we made, that's right, Nurse Joy. So the only way George can sue us now is not from us copying his videos, because unless it's DVD privacy. Gorgeous George on pirated DVD. The only way George could sue us is if we sold his products on some sort of media. So if we sold it on a website unedited, if we sold it on, once again, any physical media, including USB, any sort of flash device, he could sue us for that. But making your own material like we've been doing, all of it still falls under fair use. And George still doesn't understand that fair use is also it can be applied to trademark. Could you imagine any sane person, other than some really fucking weird goon, wanting to buy anything George related in a physical form? Makes no fucking sense. So we've been getting a lot of George videos lately. So now I gotta look for some while I talk to you guys about the batshit things he's been doing lately. And it's interesting because Angela mentioned that when George is with a woman, he doesn't bah about people online, but he will offline. And in this case, it was to the poor little pancake girl, as I like to call her. I'm not going to dox her like George has, because George is a fucking piece of shit. Whoops. I almost got that wrong there for a second. I'm still trying to look for links. Okay, so... But George has been really active the last, few weeks. So... I think I'll save those for palette cleansers, all the singing crap, because those are definitely special. And let's see. I'm trying to think of which one I want to start off with. Because he's still, 90% of George's videos are still Gorgeous George Show. Although, I do have to say, recently, he started to change that. So we're going to start with... Where is it? Oh, he took that video down. Not that I wanted to play it again anyway, but he took down the video he had with the girl he was taking advantage of. I forgot about that. Son of a bitch. Okay, so what we're going to do instead is play his reaction to when, Gorgeous George got exposed. And I love this one because you can clearly see the bags under his eyes, which I'm going to show you guys in a second. Let's see, there we are. Cryptolay killed my last stream. No, that was a good video, Lewis. I'm thinking about this. Let's see. Just checking the confirmed in 2. I know, that was the best part. It forced her hand to tell the fact that, and it was something we all knew all along. Actually, I could say this in real life as well. Any guy who's told me he's been, really well endowed has been really underwhelming size-wise. So it's of no shock that, George is not the man, not the baby maker, does not have the schlong decker like he claims he does. Just is the opposite of everything he's ever claimed. But it looks like George has been on 10 bags of Coke and has been up for 40 days. Just the bags under those eyes. Look at them. Look, he literally looks like he's about to snap and kill a poor homeless guy. Just randomly, for no fucking reason. He looks that strung out on something. Alright, let's start this out.
All right, real fast. I have better things to do with my life than sit here and critique and worry.
Have you ever noticed that when the goons make a video, this is always George's first response? I always have something better to do. Well, do it, faggot. Don't go on the internet and respond to a bunch of trolls. Dumb son of a bitch.
And this, that, and the other. And I'm gonna just cap this at 5 minutes.
Okay, all right, 5 minutes. Just a little bit over. Yeah, you were a little over 10 minutes beyond where you wanted to be, George. I don't know why you do this whole. I'm gonna keep this short and sweet, and you always overblow that margin by at least triple. Always. Once again, I shouldn't be surprised by that, but it still does. The fact that you make all these promises in your videos that you can't keep.
If it runs more than 5 minutes, I'm going to be really, really, truly mad at myself.
Oh, that's a bunch of bullshit. Part of me wants to say that you already knew that you were going to go over anyway. He almost relishes this moment. Look at his eyes. He gets some sort of, I don't know, so, I don't want to say schadenfreude, but there's some sort of pleasure he gets from talking to the goons, probably because we're his superior. I mean, I can't talk. George is, Jesus, you guys know what I mean. You know what's funny? I don't drink, yet I sound like I'm completely drunk off my ass right now.
A valuable lesson to be learned is you can't trust no one. Can't trust.
How many times has George been burned by women now who've always gone to the goons and just revealed all the dirty little secrets that they know about George to them, or to us rather? They have no loyalty to George. None. And all the people George has screwed over, we've learned all the perverted, horrifying shit that he has done over the years. It always backfires on you.
Trust no one at all. My personal life is exactly what it is my...
Okay, this is another thing he's been saying. George, your personal life is private, yet you go on a near 15-minute tangent here talking about quote-unquote intimate details, because that's something I know George likes to say a lot, about your life. And the thing, remember, the important things here isn't what he says. It's what he doesn't complain back about. So, George never denied the fact that he sexually harassed her, or the fact that he has a tiny penis. A micro one. Not once did he refute these things. So George is admitting here that if he looked down at his belly right now, he couldn't see his penis because it's that small.
My personal life. Okay? Now, I said that I'm not doing this and I don't want to do it. It pains me.
Okay, so 30 seconds after he says that, he says it again.
So much to even have to do this or come out and say anything like this at all. But the unexpected happened.
Yeah, another person that you fucked over and was sexually harassing and stalking. That, yeah, of course, that made George rage like a motherfucker and thinks that it tarnished his image, that he can't harm any more women online, has to make a video responding to it. You fucking degenerate motherfucker.
Usually when people get into something, you know, they get into an argument, and it's what it is an argument. And that's pretty much what it is.
So, according to George, if we were to take him at face value, which we already know he's full of shit here. Oh, that was a good pause. That was a great pause. George actually looks fully retarded in this pause. But now I lost my train of thought. Yeah, he doesn't deny any of this. And once again, yeah, I completely lost that train of thought. I'm sorry, folks. Let's continue. Matter of fact, I'm going to go back a few seconds just so I can remember what I was about to say.
And that's pretty much what it is.
Oh, that's right. I was going to talk about how, yeah, every woman has come forward because he does all this nasty shit. Okay, never mind. I wasn't going to add anything really new there.
But unfortunately, when you confide in someone and you give them information and then they decide to go beyond just having a dispute with someone.
No, it wasn't a dispute. George, you fucking sexually harassed her to the point where you were giving her money to have sex with. What does that say about you? A poor woman that was getting recovery from drugs. And I hope, by the way, I doubt she's listening to this, but I hope if you're listening to me, I really hope you're off the drugs and not back on them again because of this fucking asshole right here. Once again, it's hard for me not to have this without being speechless here, but George is just such a fucking creep that whenever he is just once again this way, I was told, by the way, I don't remember if it was in somebody else's video that they made recently, but whenever George meets a new woman, he just like unloads his life on him, like completely overwhelms the woman with like women with all this personal information that they would have never asked about, but he voluntarily gives it up like an idiot. He makes it seem like that, you know, they had dinner and they were, you know, talking about intimate things, and, you know, George let this out, you know, like a slip, you know, excuse me, you know, like slip of the tongue. No, it was not a slip of the tongue. You are more than willing, if it's a woman in real life that you think you get some pussy from, you tell them your whole story. You told them about the goons, which was stupid because in turn she found out where we were. You told her about all the financial situations you were having and the fact that you were homeless. This George is, my mom used to say, this is a very old saying, but it's obvious and it needs to be said. When you point a finger at somebody, George, you point five. Boy, that is a very George saying. I need a shamanism thing on my page, on the Discord page. You point 4 back at yourself. 5. God damn it, listening to George way too fucking long.
And then go beyond and try to attack that person for something that they knew what they did was wrong. Well,
no, we never attacked them. They just dumped all the information they knew about you. And as the goons will testify, we have nothing against her. It's you, because you're a creep. You were driving with some sort of service, and I'm sure once the goon, or if they already know, probably alerted whatever. That is if they do have some sort of chain, like if they do work with trying to think of what that's called. Like, I'm sure if they work with some sort of, what's that fucking term called? Like, if it's an insurance company, like if they're like transporting people because it's a part of the insurance, I'm sure they can contact them. Or if it's a state thing, they could contact a local government thing and so on. So, George, the goons are going to have your number either way on this one. Once again, I don't know why you always try to spin it like you're the innocent victim. You never are.
let me, boys and girls, let me spell it out to you. It's like,
let me smell it out to you, folks. You gotta love the GG-isms. Let me smell that out to you.
This simple. Recently, there was a relationship that was had with this woman, and this woman and I were in a relationship.
No shit.
Though, little did I know, it was all a farce.
No, it was never a relationship to begin with. You had it in your mind that it was a relationship. And she even said that you were stalking her, that she was afraid of you at one point. And she had to, I forgot all the things that she had to do just to get away from you. But you're a creepy guy, George. And all the goons can testify to this, that whenever he doesn't like somebody and or when he's super attracted to somebody, he stalks them until he figures out where they are, and then he harasses them nonstop. It's just, it's a very George thing to do, and I don't know why he denies it anymore. He can't hide it.
It was all a little game being played. And yours truly, once again, got snookered, hook, line, and sinker.
No, you did that. George, this is one of the few times, this is all your fault. She had nothing to do with it. You told her your whole life story, and if I know, because the thing with these transport jobs is they transport multiple patients. So what I'm sure George did was, George dropped off all the people he wasn't attracted to first, purposely left her in the car. You know, I was like, you want to sit in the front seat with me? And I'm sure they had a conversation. And knowing George at one point, you know, probably started talking about all his woes, how poor little me, even though he's sitting next to a person who is sick herself and is trying to get help for getting off drugs. It's a pretty serious thing. But George, once again, likes to make everything about him, which really, it is why he has the title of Horror Cow at this point. He's gone beyond Lol Cow.
But the problem is, this situation was a little bit different because
Nope, you've done this before. I know I said that. Jesus, I'm losing my train of thought again. George, there have been times before where you've let your guard down and told women stuff. Sarah Metz, remember her? Talked about how dirty your house was, and when the goons visited, guess what? She proved that she was right. That you had dirty shit everywhere. That you had a bucket. That you had that creepy picture of you, Kevin, and Sue. even after all those years later that she took your ring that you gave to her and pawned it for meth, that you were still pining for it. And I'm sure if you could, you would have probably still been looking for her if it wasn't us harassing you for it. Remember, this is the guy who created a fake Sue Facebook page in order to find her, and it backfired on him because her family members who were concerned about her was talking to George.
Felt like it could have been something. It could have been real.
No, this was all in your mind, all your delusional, narcissistic mind. This was anything but reality. This was the complete antithesis of reality. George, if she truly wanted you, she would have not said any of this. She would have not talked to the goons. Would not even know of her existence today if it wasn't for you. Well, once again, your narcissistic tendency of having women in your video to prove that you're not creepy, to prove that you're quote-unquote attractive. You're not. And I'm sure if there's any random people here tonight, they're going to testify to that. You have a comb-over, George. Look at your hair. The cum stain in your hair has grown. It looks like that somebody at Fieldins, as abandoned as that place is, because I'm sure you still attend the glory holes there, and homeless bums go there now instead of the trannies that used to go there, and they just squirt it all over your forehead. Make it nice and shiny white for you.
My business doesn't need to go out, but since this individual...
You made it go out yourself.
...and decided to take it to that level, I'm going to take it there, but I'm going to be very short and sweet about it.
Okay, so George just let it out of the bag right there, the whole reason why he did this. This video that George made is vengeance. Is like, oh yeah, you release my information, well, I'm going to do the same thing to you. George, he did the same thing to Angela. Like, he claimed that Angela's husband was impotent and that he still claims to this day that they had sex together, even though there's no evidence that they did. And who are we going to believe? The guy that never made a baby, or the woman that had, that was completely innocent in all this?
This woman who I met this woman, we hit it off, we began hanging out, she rode with me.
Yeah, and you were creeping up on her, stalking her at night, which is probably especially true since you live in your van now and don't have a home to go back to.
She rode with me doing work. She was a client.
You made it seem like that you both worked together. You didn't. She was a patient. You were the driver. Once again, if this was a licensed place or institution, and or if you were working for the insurance company, she could probably sue either one for being sexually harassed by you. She would actually have a really good case against you. And once again, I doubt you're listening to this, but if you are and you need witnesses about Georgia's character, we're all welcome to testify for you.
And, nobody tells you who and what to have feelings for, and I didn't think nothing of it because it felt right, it felt good.
That's a good point. George definitely has the Floby thing going on there, Lewis. I would even argue bowl haircut. It's very cheap looking, and he doesn't even go meet anymore. You could tell he doesn't go to the barber on a regular basis. And I would even argue it doesn't even look like George. Well, we all know George doesn't bathe, but it's hard to tell at times if George even knows how to use a razor. He rarely does it that often. Fuck me. Sorry about that.
and I felt like I could open up and tell her pretty much everything.
No, your dick got hard. Your 2-inch dong got hard, and I'm sure she didn't notice. Otherwise, she would have fled the car. And once again, you were thinking with your small brain, where Gigi's brain is, and just once again did the Gigi thing of letting out every little autistic detail about your life to get sympathy from her. And hoping that she would, get some sort of attraction to you that way. Because this is why you go after people who are vulnerable. Because people who are vulnerable tend to feel sorry for other people who go through bad situations. This is why George targets them. He thinks that by going after somebody who is very vulnerable, that he can sexually manipulate them and harass them. It's why it makes this especially disgusting. And I don't know if let me see if he's in here. Our not Nurse Joy, the other guy. I'm sorry, Jason. But I'm sure you could testify to the fact of just how unprofessional it is for George to do that. And not just unprofessional, immoral. No driver should ever do this. Ever. Once again, I'm not a violent person. Don't think about punching people like ever. But after this incident in particular, I just want to punch George in the face. I want to kick him in the gut. And I never, ever have said this about George before. Because he deserves it. This is... I would call George an incel if it wasn't for the fact that he gets successful sometimes. But he's like an incel who gets some, if that makes sense. And I hit the wrong button again, damn it. Having all sorts of regarded technical issues that are all my fault tonight.
Little did I know her true self. So throughout the time that we met, we hung out, we went to dinner, she would ride with me.
She would ride with me. Let that sink in, folks. George said they had dinner together. Once again, George spins this as if they were in a legit relationship. They never were. She said that at no time that she told George that, that they liked each other and she, wanted to go out on a date with him. No, this is something George had in his mind. That, oh my God, this girl was talking to me, therefore we're in a relationship. That's not how that shit works, George.
She would ride to go to her the service that we provided for her, and she would ride.
I know I've mentioned this already, but I hope the goons found out the other person that he works with and reports him, because he deserves to be fired for doing this. I know other goons have said this already, but I want to say it too. George does not deserve to be working with anybody of any vulnerability. He's demonstrated this on multiple occasions. Excuse me. The thing that still makes me laugh is the old woman that said George smelled like pee. Because George, with his bladder problems and the fact that he's had to wear a diaper before, I'm sure he reeks of ammonia. Just that humans pee-pee stink that nobody likes hanging around except George.
With me a little bit after work or whatnot. Of course, through that time, there was a short stint where, and so she had said that her mom was questioning, why she was coming out home late or why she was coming late. Anyway, it got to a point where,
if I know George, the whole time, they probably had like some sort of George couldn't even afford Red Lobster at that point. George probably took her to Hardee's or Carl's Jr. I don't know what they have in Richmond. And probably ordered her a kid's meal, knowing George, because he thinks that all women eat petite. And after they ate, I'm sure, once again, 15 minutes for the meal, 10 hours of George coming on to her. I'm sure that's what the whole quote-unquote date was. George trying to mostly manipulate himself onto him. That he felt lonely and needed somebody. I'm sure, I'm almost certain that was how this whole date went.
I was thinking that the mother was playing the go-between, stopping the
go-between. It's her fucking kid, George. She was living with her. Are you this much of an insensitive ass? No, you know exactly what you were doing. She was worried about her kid, and you were worried about getting in trouble. The spoon-fed bread. Exactly. But you knew exactly what you were doing. Once again, this is why I just want to curb stomp George. I just want to put his teeth on the curb, get a nice... a matter of fact, I'll borrow Meth's steel-toed boots, her combat boots, and just smash it against the curb. That's exactly what I want to do. It really, I mean, that kind of behavior deserves that. It is almost irreprehensible. No man, no woman should ever have to go, I was hired to cook. Are you kidding? He's probably on such a shit list. I doubt. No. I was hired to cook. See. All right, let's continue.
Relationship because maybe of something of an age difference. And of course, she knew.
I know, God forbid, a mother wanting a kid to go out with somebody around their own age, not having to worry about... Here's the thing. Mothers always have really good instincts. They have to. Because they worry about their kids all the time. It's completely normal. I'm positive the moment she saw George, she got scared. And rightfully so. And was asking all the right questions, and this scared George. And now he's spinning it as this was an overbearing mother. Even so, she had the complete right to feel that way.
About my age. She knew my age, her age. She was young herself. Like a 20-some-year-old difference in age.
Is George trying to justify the fact that the reason he's going out with her is his mom was at one time 20 herself? Because that's what that sounded like to me. I gotta hear that again because my ears still can't believe that.
Difference. And of course, she knew about my age. She knew my age, her age. She was young herself. Like a 20-some-year-old difference in age.
20-some-year-old in age difference. Yeah, so George, the reason he's justified dating a 20-year-old to someone's mom is because, well, you know what? When you were young, you were 20. That is Kristen Thurston levels of mental gymnastics right there. Once again, I shouldn't be dumbfounded, but I am.
But then again, she's legal, I'm legal. Age is just a number, not a cause and effect.
It doesn't make it right. I know, here's the thing. I know at, 18, I was still discovering the world, and I wasn't even attracted to people this age. I'm still, once again, I'm still not terribly attracted to people that are really older than me, but only because, I want to date somebody within my age range. It's just, it comes off when you date somebody either really young or really old, that the older person is doing this because they want some sort of domination over you, or they want to hunch you, or hunching is the most innocent reason. However, George was using it essentially to grape her, to sexually harass her. I really do want to slap him.
So, throughout all of that, I felt like I could say anything and talk to her. I felt like I could open up. She was never confrontational with me.
She was George. She had a drug addiction. People who are drug addicts, not everybody, mind you, but most people who are drug addicts usually have a mental illness. And depending on the kind of mental illness she had, it could have been trauma-induced. In other words, she could have been scared. Like, you were going to do something to her if you did anything. Like, if she were to fight back or anything. You took advantage of her vulnerability to get off. You piece of shit.
Never really argued until the very end, of course. Not confrontational at all. So it kind of felt good.
It felt good for you, and that's all that matters, George. It's all about you. It wasn't about her. I should just continue through this because I shouldn't be speechless. I shouldn't be surprised by this shit anymore. I still am. Even after all these years, whenever I discover more freaky shit about George, it flabbergasts me, and I absolutely should not be. Let's continue.
Young girl digging me, a young girl getting into to me and whatnot, and it felt pretty damn good. She moved into this other place, and she was going back and forth with her cousin. Now, she had some issues. She had some stuff that she was trying to get taken care of.
And once again, according to George, that's her fault. Oh, wait, no, you're talking about her cousin there. Sorry. It's always George. It's always the other person's fault. Never George's fault. Absolutely. I mean, Jake. This is the same guy who beat a younger black kid and this was shortly after his dad died, hired the best lawyer in town and got away with, once again, child abuse. While it wasn't sexual, I'm sure if George found somebody to do that with, I wouldn't put it past them. Because everything is about George's feelings, the way they could get George off, the way they can help George, because he's a full-blown narcissist. And that's, and the quote Gigi, and that's what it boils down to. It's all about what can you do for George? And if you don't do it for George, you're a piece of shit.
And she would do things kind of questionable, nefarious shit.
See, I told you she would do things. That's the way a narcissist speaks.
And by wanting in the service that we provided for her, she wanted to go to a certain place.
I'm almost convinced, if I called this place right now, because I know some of the goons have it, that it's probably a sole proprietor. It's probably one person that runs this thing, and George has no ownership in it, no part of it, but George takes it upon himself in order to make himself feel more important than he really is, that it's a two-person business. I can already tell it's not. It took me a while to figure this out. I'm willing to bet that George has nothing to do with this business, and he's just saying it to sound more important.
She always wanted to go to that.
Oh, hey, film nerd, how you doing?
Certain place, and I questioned why she was going there, but she said that she had to take care of this, she had to take care of stuff, pay bills, where she used to live at.
Oh, God forbid, George. A normal human being taking care of their own needs. Imagine how selfish that is, folks. Actually having to take care of yourself. Fucking... Once again, I haven't felt this way in a while, but I definitely want to... I want to slap George. I just want to punch his fucking gut in.
So, not really knowing, I kind of just figured, okay. I gave her money, I helped her out.
Yeah, there he goes. Part of a narcissist mantra, I gotta mention all the things I do for you. He's making it all about himself. Here we go.
That's the kind of person that I am. And no,
there I am.
I didn't give her money for sexual favors.
Liar.
Those sexual favors were given because it was a mutual, consensual situation.
Mutual, consensual situation. Which, once again, doesn't sound like she consented. Mutual, consensual situation. Kind of mental gymnastics is that? You see, George, if I have sex with somebody, I don't have to explain that it was consensual. It just naturally goes on its own that it was consensual. When you have to explain it, especially like that, it just makes you sound even more guilty than you really are.
Now, never had any sexual intercourse with her, but I had a lot of nice foreplay.
According to George, blowies are foreplay. I like how George is trying to make himself cry here, like he has any sort of emotions other than for his own fucking narcissistic needs. I know I'm being redundant with that phrase tonight, but that's exactly why he's crying, because somebody is not filling baby George's needs.
Okay. A lot of foreplay with this girl. And,
this girl. It was like with Roger, with that one song, I really love this girl. That's a narcissistic thing to say. If I'm in love with somebody, I'm not in a relationship right now, I would say who they are. At the fucking top of a mountain, I would scream their name. You, on the other hand, this woman, wow, I'm sure they feel really fucking special.
She was not repulsed by me whatsoever.
Oh! That was the other thing he didn't deny, was the fact that he smells like horse shit. That, as the way she described it, your mouth smells like a sewer. George, do you not have a Dollar Tree or 99-cent store near you where you can get like a little bottle of no-brand mouthwash just to rinse it out maybe before you kiss somebody, God forbid, even against their will, just to at least, make the trauma that less traumatic. Trauma less traumatic, that's a GG thing to say. The trauma less painful.
If she was repulsed by me, okay, she had the avenue and the means to say, hey, I don't want to ride with him. But
she tried telling you before. You don't take no for an answer. You basically said that in no uncertain terms before, that you took her out to dinner, that you took her home. You talked to her mother, for Christ's sake, because she was probably yelling at you. You were following her from place to place. I actually know why this is, because you're very clingy because your mom abandoned you when you were a kid. It's why whenever I watch some of the older George videos and you say, you have a mommy issue in that first tirade, I'm almost on the floor in hysterics. Because you were in clear projection there.
But she didn't do that. On the contrary. And
I doubt Georgie has even heard of breath mints. According to a lot of people who have known him, his breath just stinks. It was like, remember when Roger called him out on it, and George's response is, buddy, you know what smells is your upper lip. Trying to, like, go back to 80s fucking insults. I have not heard an upper lip insult in at least 30 years.
She was asked, do you feel comfortable riding with George? And she's...
Oh my God! That's like... That's like something you say to a child. That is creepy as fuck. Oh, do you feel comfortable riding with George? You don't say that. I'm not going to give George any pointers, but you don't say that. You don't do that.
Said yes. So she was very comfortable in riding with me.
Oh, he got a handy. Okay, I'm sorry. All right, I got to correct myself then. I thought it was a blowy. All right, it was just... You know what? Thank God for her. And it was probably because of the way he smelled. Although, if that was me, I would have ran out of the car and just walked home and just ran through alleys and streets just trying to get away from him. And if he was still following me, I would go to a store and hide. And call somebody. And if I thought George was following me then, I'd call the police. Which I'm sure that's happened to him many times before in the past.
Because she had an interest in me. And what she was doing is she was playing two people because then she met this other...
Wait, she was playing two people. Who's the other person? You did this to yourself, George. She didn't play anybody. You forced herself on you. You put your insecurities all up in her face because you were lonely, you were horny, and you wanted some action, which is why you went after somebody vulnerable, because you're a sexual predator who's just waiting to be caught, and you will probably someday. And I hope when and if that day comes, that Bubba and his friends just give you a shower party. That they all bring their soap in them, and it's not to wash themselves. It says, whoops, look at that. And then they bend you over and just have their way with you.
Person. She met this other person, and this other person, I don't know the story about it. I didn't know until after the fact. And she claimed that this person was a cousin.
Probably because it was their cousin. I know I've done that trick in one case where I used a relative to protect me from somebody that was following me. And I'm sure you guys remember me talking about some of my past experiences the other night. Yeah. You gotta do anything you can to get rid of these people. And if it means to use people that you know to get somebody off your tail, you're gonna do it. But you're too fucking stupid to ever realize these things. Thank God.
Living somewhere out of the realm, living as a...
Are you kidding? I'm not hoping she wore rubber gloves. I hope she was in a radiation suit. Like using those tongs that they use to pick up the those radioactive what do they call those things? And I should know this because I watch a lot of those documentaries. The rods. Rod, penis, derp. Yeah, to pick up those rods with. Not to mention, it was only 2 inches anyway. I'm sure just as soon as putting that thing on it, he would probably go all over the place.
Cousin. So, didn't really think nothing of it. Was, and I would give her money. I would feed her. I would take her out.
Now you're making us seem like that you were her fucking dad. Which is it, George? Were you her lover, her parent, her driver, her friend? You've not made any of that clear the whole time you were talking about this. The only thing that you said that would indicate that you had some sort of potential romantic interest was the whole date part. Other than that, it's been all about you trying to manipulate her.
We're even talking about getting her phone because she's having problems with her phone.
We were talking about. I love the points where he says we when he should say I, and I when he should. Once again, George's selfishness is just coming on full display, which is why I love watching these videos, again, these tirade videos, because you always get to see George's true colors, and the only person who doesn't see what's wrong with all this is George. He just takes down, for example, the video with her, I'm not going to mention her name, with her in it. Not because, oh, that was the other thing. Not because of the reasons that I mentioned before. It was because he got, that, and you could tell in the video that she was rushing to get out. She was standing next to that door pretty much the whole time.
Oh, but thank God I never did that. So,
you know what it's like, Mel? It's like Hannibal Lecter, yeah, in fucking Silence of the Lambs, bringing down that bringing down that bucket with the lotion. It reminds me of that, and it's like that video that Will Markland made. Would you fuck me? Yes, I'd fuck me. So I could totally imagine George saying stuff like that while he's driving. He's just that kind of pervert.
Long story short, after about 5 months...
Long story short, he's already a minute and a half into over the 5 minute that he set... God, not talking good again as usual. The 5 minute time limit he set earlier.
5 months, 6 months, she stopped using the service because she went...
I wonder why.
...through her program. And she cut back in using our service. And then she kind of cut back in wanting to do things with me after hours.
I wonder why. Come on, George. How could you be this stupid? Everybody who watches your videos, I would say a majority of the people, by majority, I would say 95% of the people that are subbed to you are trolls. And the reason that we watch, because I'm subbed with an alt account, is to see you do stupid shit like this. You're the only person who doesn't realize what an ass you're making out of yourself here. And it's glorious to see.
Such on the weekends. So I felt like I was being ghosted.
Ghosted like they had an online relationship. Like they met on Tinder or something. That, they met on Facebook or somewhere and, on Block. She ghosted me. I'm surprised George even knows what that term means.
So I simply said, hey, what's going on? Why are you telling me that you want to do something and we can't go out and do something?
That sounds like, once again, just that sentence. Keep in mind, I'm anything but the most articulate person in the world. But if I was to ask somebody, why we haven't been seeing each other lately, I would just say is that. And once again, this makes it seem like it's all about George. Why aren't you seeing me? It completely and utterly selfish.
And then, we were supposed to make plans and
we. It's completely involuntary. Involuntary on her part. I cannot speak. I swear to God, it sounds like I'm drunk all the time, and I'm not. I'm sorry, folks.
Maybe hanging out, doing some karaoke, because she said that she could.
Of course. God forbid you would, take a woman on a date to do something that she would want to do. No, you got to take her to do something that George wants to do. That's not the way dates work. You always take a first date to something safe. Like, let's see. Usually the movies. If you always want a safe bet, take a date to a movies, or if they want to do something, a little more activity involved, bowling, miniature golf, as regarded as those things are. Or if you guys drink, go to a bar, play pool. But in George's case, always karaoke. It always has to be around him. Party remover. Are you know what? I'm almost certain, Mel, that if there's a karaoke night somewhere, and I'm sure everybody in Richmond knows who he is, I'm sure he clears out the place within 15 minutes. It was like that, his birthday video that he uploaded. He was the only one singing. Everybody else was in the bar drinking, watching the game. And nobody wanted to hear him sing. And here he was confessing about Jamie, and nobody gave a fuck. The only person he thought, gave a fuck that other people were listening were George. Reality was completely different from what George was imagining.
Could sing or whatnot, and she would blow me off on that. Even going out to a restaurant blew me off on that. So I kind of reeled.
Probably because you wanted to take her to get a kid's meal again.
Something wasn't right in Denmark, and then knowing
exactly, yeah. Matter of fact, I would even argue the safest dates would be, movie and maybe coffee, or some sort of media-driven thing that's not karaoke, because not everybody likes to sing. Some people are shy. Then afterwards, you go have coffee because not everybody, drinks alcohol. And you have a discussion. That makes it sound really boring. You talk about, things that, your goals you want to have in life, hobbies, things you share. Yeah, commonalities. But George, everything on George is about George. It's all about him. It's not normal, George. It's not normal that you do that. It drives every single woman you do that away, which is why you go after poor, defenseless women like her, you son of a bitch.
She was with this guy's. You got this guy's place with a bunch of Harleys and a Confederate flag being.
Oh, this is. I love this. This coming from the guy who drops N-words all the time. This coming from a guy that drives Harleys and has the Confederate flag, that called the hotel guy that kicked him out the N-word and has used the N-word multiple times before, has been shameless about it, and talking with his people that, thinks are his friends. He'll fully admit that, using the N-word and, what did he call Mexicans? I forgot. But he called Latin people something really derogatory. George is a complete and utter racist, and the fact that he calls out people for, possibly being racist is pot kettle black.
Stats right in the back there made you kind of wonder what was really going on.
He was maybe possibly staging that to try to scare the shit out of you, which it probably worked because you didn't really contact her after that.
And then she said, she's going to go to Bike Week. She's going to go be out of town for about a week or two with her.
Even after all this time, he doesn't get the hit. I'm willing to bet that this week that she said she left, she was probably cooped up in her room and too afraid to go out because she was probably, poor thing was probably afraid of George following her. I really hope she does file a restraining order against him, because this definitely deserves it.
With her dad, and
you know what, Mel? That's an interesting thing that's going on in Gigi's life. Maybe she's seen the sex videos and heard, the term biker bozo from somewhere, and use that as an idea to scare George off, because that would be awesome. That'd be some epic troll engineering right there, or social engineering. No, it's not even social engineering. Trolling.
This guy.
Oh, that's right, spick. Yeah, that's George's go-to word for Mexicans, because he thinks anybody that's Latin is from either Mexico or well, spick technically comes from Hispanic, which is Spanish origin, but still, it is associated with Mexico for some gay reason. He associates anybody that's Latin from that part of the world.
So right then and there...
Which is interesting, because I could go into a whole other discussion about how people in Mexican power hate anybody that's not Mexican. I was watching a documentary today about people who take this train. They call it the Beast. And they take the train from Mexico to some part of any part of the United States that it goes to. And they get busted by the authorities there, and they rob them. Or the cartels will rob them. And never mind. You know what? I shouldn't even be getting political about this, but yeah, never mind. Jesus, where was I even going with that? I'm such a regard.
I kind of knew someone.
Zero Cool, he used to DJ at a gay bar. And it was rumored that while DJing at this gay bar, that he supposedly went to the bathroom, which had a glory hole, and was servicing a tranny. Never been confirmed, but with George and his propensity for being the horn dog that he is, it wouldn't surprise me.
It was not right in Denmark. I even questioned it before she mentioned anything about Bike Week. I kind of questioned it, and she did not. And said, "Oh no, he's my cousin. He has more ladies coming over here at this place than anything else. I just live here because that's my kin, and he has all these girls."
That and to get protection from you. You fucking sexual predator, you.
Coming by. I was getting suspicious, and I kind of realized in the back of my head, but then, of course, knowing the situation, I was giving her the benefit of the doubt because, again, we never really had any arguments. She was not confrontational with me.
Because, I know I'm repeating myself ad nauseum here, she was an addict. Addicts have a lot of issues. And you saw the opportunity because they're easily to take advantage of. It would not, as a matter of fact, I would not put it past George if he offered her drugs at some point. He did it with Jamie. I'm sure he did it with her.
And there was no money that was paid to her for sexual services. There was no money paid for sexual services. So let's get that straight. So finally, I called her, and the phone was disconnected.
I wonder why.
And I was wondering why it was disconnected. I left a message saying, "Hey," and then I couldn't leave a message. So finally, I went ahead and said, let me block my number and see if by chance. And in fact, I just had a feeling that I needed to call.
This is something, unless you're a troll, you should, most people wouldn't know about this. The only two major groups that might be familiar with this are trolls and sexual predators or stalkers. This is not something a normal person thinks about when they get blocked. If I was blocked on a phone number, I would get the hit. I just wouldn't contact them, no matter how much it hurt. But with George cannot leave things be because everything has to be, one, everything has to be about him, but two, everything has to be on his terms. So it can't be the woman leaving him. No, he has to do that to her.
Her by blocking my number. And sure enough, the phone was ringing. So that really pissed me off. And I said, "Hey, what is going on here? Why did you block my number?"
You know why.
So finally, after 3 weeks of not hearing anything from her, I kind of wanted to know what was going on. And I did not go there. I wanted to go there. I wanted to go there to find out what was going on, but I didn't go there. And finally, I asked the proverbial question, why? Why are you treating me like this?
Well, once again, not thinking about her feelings. Me. Once again, I know I said that a billion times, but I really gotta, for anybody new, I gotta hammer it home still. George makes everything about him. It's never about her. Guys, I know you guys already seen this video. Has George ever mentioned how she felt the whole time this was going on? This just feels like an attack video because his poor little feelers were hurt because she didn't make everything about George. Any sane person would be thinking that.
And then she comes out with it and she said, well, you know, my homeboy, that wasn't my cousin. That was my boyfriend. That was my boyfriend. And I said, oh, is that right? I said, well, wasn't it I who kind of questioned you a couple times and you denied it? I said, what kind of game are you playing?
Yeah, what kind of game are you playing, George? Because you're being a fucking stalker. Think about it, George. The reason and I'm sure this is a story you've been told a billion times before from women, which is why you actively seek out what you interpret as weak women to take advantage of, because I'm sure they've done similar things. And when they try to reject you, you say no, so they have to resort to stuff like finding people to say that they're, their boyfriend, or they have to run away from you. And George having the little feelings of a child that was abandoned by his poor little mom or mommy, has to ask why, when you know why. Fucking regard.
So, this woman played a good role.
Oh, you know what? Yes, it was a deep op, George. That's exactly what this was. You know what? We had a woman that, we got her addicted to meth. And we asked her, you know what would be great? And she was like, what? And we said, we know George does this service in Richmond. Wouldn't it be great if you got, we got you on the drugs and got you off of it and then had somebody sexually harass you? You got us, George. You got us really good. I don't know. How did you figure this stuff out? Beyond me.
A little role could, had an Academy Award. Another Academy Award goes out to another user. So
not only does George get hurt here, he lets his colors show once again by calling her a user, something derogatory. George does not look at her as a human. It's a user. Somebody that can be easily manipulated and thrown away. These are the kind of people that George is attracted to, because those are the only people that could give George any pussy. Or oh, hey, Tony. Yeah, he seeks out these poor, innocent drug addicts, probably abuse victims. And I'm sure if George is really desperate, old ladies. Because once again, they give it up more easily.
I called her out for being a manipulative bitch, and I called her out for being just a user and just a person with a lack of any conscience or any.
Everybody, let's point the mirror up at George as he's saying this.
Moral fiber or any conscience. And of course, there was mention about these bitches. She knew about these bitches because she was good. I met her during my birthday in July, and we were supposed to go out and have a birthday party.
So yeah, even after sexually harassing her, she expected He expected her to go out on his birthday. That is spectacular levels of mental gymnastics right there. That you actually believe that could possibly happen in any part of this universe.
Birthday party was backed up a little bit, but she was going to come to the birthday party and be a part of it. So we hung out, we did a lot, and then just to be told, and then just to be pushed by the wayside, to be thrown away like yesterday's news, like garbage. You damn right.
George, you are garbage. The way you treat women, you are garbage. You are the way you treat women. And yeah, if humanity could do anything to you, we'd throw you in a dumpster and then incinerate you. Like the fucking piece of garbage you are.
Question it. Damn right I question it. And she has the audacity.
Well, he would go to a landfill, but I'm sure incinerating him would just smell less.
And she has the gall to come out and tell me all this shit about being uncomfortable with me, and the fact that, that she didn't want to hurt my feelings. That's why she never said anything. And she did play me and played me for a fool. Well, you lied to me.
Well, you are a fool, George.
You lied to me. You not only played me, not only hurt my feelings, but you made me have anxiety. You made me emotional.
George, you worked yourself up. This was, I know I said it before, this is entirely your doing.
Upset and gave me high anxiety. So, I hope you're happy with yourself. And by the way, you knew exactly what that video was for. You knew exactly what we were doing on that video, and you were all for it. Things changed.
Yeah, because you probably coerced her to do that video. Once again, she's the poor little drug user who's trying to get fucking recovery, George. And you used her, once again, to do whatever little nasty thing you had. I don't even want to think about what he had in mind originally when he was trying to pick up on her.
But when I called you out on a character blemish that you have,
remember, the guy who's sexually harassing women and using mentally ill people who use drugs, she has the character blemish. This is almost Elliot Rodgers level of hatred toward women, which is interesting because I started watching this Elliot Rodgers video today. I'm sure Nurse Joy knows which one I'm talking about. And he has this insatiable hatred toward any female and will use them to whatever degree, how do I describe this? Yeah, to his own ends, I guess would be a better way to phrase that.
Called you out on your nefarious behavior going out to a certain place out there, and I called you out on why you were ghosting me, and called you out on it, then you decided to do the unthinkable and go to these people that I told you about that were no good. Now, you requested you don't want...
Yeah, I wonder why that happened, George. Could it be because I'm willing to bet that after George probably, I'm sure the first thing he mentioned was that he's homeless, he lives in the van. The next thing I'm sure was probably yes. I'm almost certain. Because those are George's two main obsessions right now is, how can I get 1307 back? And I hate those goons. Those are the two perpetual thoughts he has in his head. The third one is, how can I do it, or how can I get the house back by doing as little as possible? Because that's what we're going to get into the trademark later, but the fact that he thought that could help him is, I don't know if a troll put him up to that or that was his own doing, but either way, that is a 62 IQ move there, George.
Any of the audio being played by these people, they're going to release that audio, whether you know it or not, because that's the kind of people they are. So you want to smite me. You had every plans to throw me out like garbage, like yesterday's news. A means to an end, because
you've been yesterday's news for ever now. The only reason, matter of fact, we hadn't heard about you for months, and it wasn't until you uploaded that video that this whole snowball got rolling. Once again, you got to point the finger at yourself here, George. This wasn't her fault. This was your fault. Had you not come on to her and not thought about, George's, 2-inch little dong while putting your toilet mouth up to her fucking face like a pervert, none of this, we would have never found out about it. Yeah, you know which one I'm talking about. So, yeah, let's continue.
Program was gone, and you were just going to let me just flounder away and just not say any more to me.
Flounder away as opposed to flounder. George.
Believe that, there was all a scam, or making me believe that, I was nothing. And maybe if I was nothing, maybe you should have had the common decency and the common courtesy to say, George, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Sorry, she did nothing wrong. Absolutely nothing wrong. This is all you. And rarely do I, lose it. Because I almost want to, full out yell at George. I'm not, though. But he literally deserves to be he needs a drill sergeant right on top of him, screaming at him, telling him what a piece of shit he is. Fucking deviant.
That I did this to you. That was not my intention. You didn't even have the common decency to apologize for what you did to me. And you want to make it as a joke. I didn't pay you for sexual services.
Joke? What was a joke about this? She told the dudes your evil deeds. This wasn't her fault. This is you trying to shame, probably, once again, this is just my gut talking here. I'm guessing that she was probably abused when she was a child, probably sexually. If I know you because you're an evil motherfucker, you probably asked her why she was going there and what problems she had. And when you started hearing that she probably had certain problems, certain situations that met your criteria, that was when you started coming onto her. You thought, yep, I can get her in her pants. Oh, God. I'm going to need a palate cleanser after this, that's for sure.
I paid you because I wanted to help you in the time and the process of what I did. I thought you were a good person. I thought you were a genuine good person. To come only to find out that you were a manipulative bitch.
That's all, folks. All right, gotta hear that again.
Person. To come only to find out that you were a manipulative.
I need to find all the times George stutters, which actually happens more often than people think. Just the whole that's all folks thing with all of George's stutters.
To bitch. A manipulative bitch is what you are. And I hope the fuck that you're happy. Now you take it to this level. Well, they're gonna...
You took it there. You took it there, George. Take responsibility for what you did. This is you. This is nothing. She had nothing to do with this. This is you being petty, you being spiteful, you being scorned, and wanting revenge. Nowhere in this video have I felt like you told the truth. Nor did anybody who watched this. Wait, why did I give him a like? There. I must have did that on accident. I thought maybe somebody else re-uploaded that. I just noticed that now. I accidentally gave him a like. What the fuck is wrong with me?
Try to play the audio. They're going to go against your wishes. And that video you want to strike? That video is proof. It's proof that I have. That you
and you, being the coward, of course, took that video down. Now, didn't you, George? Come on a minute. You got scared that she was going to, put a strike on your channel. He might have 2 strikes on his channel. And that might have been why he took down the video. And I'm sure he's probably afraid of getting that 3rd and final strike. That's my theory as to why he took that video down. Because normally, George doesn't give a shit. You've seen how many videos he's made about me. It makes you think that if I wanted to be a flaggot, I could terminate his channel. That gives me an idea. Possibly. Maybe. No. I don't know. But if I wanted to be a complete and utter asshole and ruin George's channel, I could do that in a heartbeat. Which I'm sure could have happened if she flagged your video.
Played me. If you didn't want me, you didn't want to ride with me, all you could...
You can hear him wanting to say ride Space Mountain. It almost wants to come out of his mouth.
What I could have done was tell the boss that you didn't want to ride with me.
George, you just said it earlier, but if I knew what time point that happened, I would rewind back to it. You said, why did you stop taking our service? Now you're contradicting that. Which is it, George? Which is it? Because only one of those can be the truth, and we know which one is.
And if I was such a bad person, you should have said that you didn't want to have nothing to do, and that's what you should have done.
George, you are evil. I never have said this about no, actually, I gotta take that back. He is a horrible human being. If he murdered somebody, and technically he did with Jamie, what am I saying? I don't know why he is fucking evil. Jesus, he's a horror cow. Yeah. Exactly, Nurse Joy. We missed your joke.
I would have eventually wanted to find out, but you should have had the common decency and the common self-respect to at least be honest with me and tell me. But no, you didn't have it within you. You want to play me. You wanted to take me for my money. That's all you wanted to do. It's all.
Whoa! What money? You're broke. You're homeless. You're on the streets in a van, pretending like everything is normal in a parking lot full of trees. George, you are far worse off than most people. And I'm not exactly, flowing in money right now. And I'm doing better than you are. And once again, that $600 could have went to half a month's rent right there. But instead, you blew it on a fucking... This is the problem with your life, George. All your priorities are out of whack. I mean, when you're not thinking with your penis, you're thinking about how can I get money quick without actually having to work for it. Which I find odd since you spend a majority of your time, I don't think you're door dashing anymore, but doing this job. I don't want to say it boggles my mind again, but I don't know why I'm surprised, but I feel that way.
Pre-rehearsed, all pre-planned. So again, I hope you're happy. I hope you're fucking happy with what you did.
Oh, I'm sure she's grinning. If I was away from you, thank God I'm gay and you don't like the gays. But if I was a woman, I definitely would be thanking the Lord, kissing the ground, that I didn't have to put up with an incel like you.
I don't want to do this. I didn't want this. And by the way, they paid you. How much money do they pay you? Huh? How much money did they pay you to do this? Yeah.
To my knowledge, correct me if I'm wrong, I don't think she got paid anything to drop the beans against George. Or drop the beans on George.
Stupid. Really stupid.
Yeah, you
and
are.
You gonna get your boyfriend to shoot me? If I ever come there, you gonna get your boyfriend to shoot me? Maybe the
Okay, so he got threatened to be shot at. Let's see what George's manly comeback is.
Authorities need to know about that one.
You know what? You're gonna kick my ass? Well, I'm gonna get the police involved. Bravo, George, bravo. You ended the video on probably the most comedic moments. Thank God we're almost there too. Only 30 seconds away. That's George's answer to everything. Call the police, call the police, call the police. And how many times have they actually arrested somebody you complained about, huh? How many times have they even believed you is a bigger question. If there was ever police cam footage ever released, I'm almost certain they had the same talk with George as they did with Cyrax and Cobes. That when he said he had a YouTube channel, I'm sure the cops said, well, you know what? You should get rid of your YouTube channel. Almost certain. I'm almost certain.
Maybe they can tell him about that one. I'm not intimidated by
Hey,
that
Boston.
Punk, okay? First of all, I'm not intimidated by that punk, and I'm not intimidated by any of these...
Not intimidated by that punk, but you'll call the police on him. Sure, George. You're not intimidated by them at all.
Bitches or trolls. Okay? You are a narcissistic...
A narcissistic. George, for one thing, once again, pot calling the kettle black. You're the narcissist. She's not. You made everything about you to her. You dumped all your emotions like a fucking dump truck, which makes sense because you look like a dump truck. And when you fucking overwhelmed her with all your information, you came onto her like a sleazeball. Because you are one.
Person. You have no soul. You're
you
addictive.
don't. Yes, you are, George.
You have no conscience.
Yes, you
I hope you can...
Yeah, George, you of all people have zero conscience. You're a borderline sociopath.
Live with yourself.
Oh, God. Oh, I gotta turn that off for a second. Where is it? Okay. If it wasn't for you guys being here, that would have been a lot harder to watch. The fact that if this was probably the dumbest thing, the only thing dumber that George has done recently is that Trademark, which we're going to get into pretty soon, but I definitely need a palate cleanser. What should we play? Girth, why not? Get some copyright strikes. This is about as bad as when Crystal does her mukbangs.
I want to say a few things real fast. 2 minutes on the clock. 2 minutes on the clock. So I have a small
wrong
member,
video.
huh? I have a small...
Okay, wrong one. Wanted a palate cleanser. Oh, yeah. Here's the one. Here's the one I wanted to play. All right. Oh, wait. Yeah, okay. It's back on. All right. So, yeah, this is George killing, or just butchering another song for no good reason. And this is something else I would like to point out. I mean, other than the fact that George's collar is crooked once again, because he's never heard of an iron in his entire life. He never points the camera at the audience, because whenever he's done that before in the past, you could see that the audience is empty, probably because of the number of times he's performed there prior to taping himself. Oh, nice gut shot. Look at that. This is... Not only is that color combination just an absolute abortion, fucking lime, it's almost a pea green shirt. You have this 80s navy blue jacket. It looks like somebody puked all over him. And then you see up to his 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I already lost count of how many chins he has. George does not know how to point a camera. I mean, I do shitty selfie videos, and even mine look better than this. Wow.
Love on the rocks, ain't no surprise. Just pour me a drink and I tell you some lies.
And I'm sure right there all the ladies are leaving a snail trail on their chairs, just hearing this wonderment go on their screen. I swear, folks, I'm not drinking tonight.
I know that I lose, so you just sing the blues all the time.
Sorry, I keep muting because I don't have my headphones on as usual, and I don't want it to feed back into the mic here. Now I forgot what I was gonna say, but oh, that's it. Has George ever fucking heard of a razor? He's got like 10-day-old stubble. At that point, either grow a fucking beard or go to a Dollar Tree, and even if you get a couple nicks, get that shit off. Come on, you can afford that, George. A cheap bottle of no-name shaving cream and those things that'll cup your skin is better than looking like a complete Neanderthal. Oh, God, it really is disgusting.
Gave you my heart, gave you my soul,
gave you my heart, you my soul. I do not know which voice is worse at this point. His William Shatnering of songs, or when he legit tries to sing and his voice crackles like a 14-year-old who just hit puberty. And wow, you can really see how old George is in this. Just gray hairs all over the place.
Left me alone here with nothing to hold. Yesterday's gone. Now all I want is a smile.
I bet she certainly smiled when she left you. I'm still just... Well, I still think it's funny that he refuses to point the camera in front of him. And it's like I said, one reason is, nobody's listening to him sing. But also, George always has to put the camera on himself. Because he actually feels like he's God's gift to man, and he's not. He's He's a proto Elliot Rodger, except he hasn't killed himself yet.
First they say they want you, hear how they really need you. Summon you, you find you're out there, walking in a storm. When they know they have you, and then they really have you, nothing you can do or say, you've got to leave, just get away.
I just find it funny that he says you gotta, get away, and that was exactly what she did. She got the fuck away from you, George. I know the exact reason why he was singing this song, but as everything that George does, it just backfires in his face. These lyrics equal. I'm drinking for. Thank you, Jake. These lyrics could easily be put to her about you, George. 6 chins. I think that's generous. I think you're cutting it a little under there, Mel. It's more like 40. There's a ton. It's like, how you could figure out a tree's age by counting the rings. You could see how many pounds George is by counting the chins. Alright, so fuck me. There we go.
We all know the song. You need what you need. You can say what you want. Not much you can do when the
football on a microphone.
There may be blue skies above, cold,
and sexual harassment below.
First they say they want you, hear how they really need.
Then I get my way anyway by coming on to vulnerable women.
And when they know they have you, then they really have you. Nothing you can do or say, you got to leave, just get away.
She got away from me because she was really smart.
Love on the rocks, ain't no big surprise. Just pour me a drink and I tell you my lies. Yesterday's gone.
Forgot I was muted. I just find that lyric really funny. Pour me a drink and I'll tell you my life. I'm 100% certain that was what George did to her. Poor thing was left alone in the car with them. George just drops everything on this poor woman. Just leaves it on her lap like he just pukes all over her. Gets rid of all this bullshit that she doesn't need to know because she's going through her own drama. And Gigi being baby Gigi just, once again, hyperbole. You would think I speak the English language. I swear I do. That George, God, it certainly feels like I'm going to puke all over her. That he's puking all over her. All right, let's continue. Finish this piece of shit out.
All I want is a smile. I think so. Thank you, sir. Yeah, give it up to George!
That was such a pity clap. That was a pity clap if I've ever heard a pity clap before. Alright, let me clear this out for a second while I look for another video to play. trying to think if I should play another palate cleanser because that was a little short. God damn. Do we have that many videos to go? Since Captain Corpulence has gone over his own videos, I don't feel like I need to go over it, except George is always stupid and buys into stuff that other people tell him. And as some of you guys know, George is so wrong about some of the people that he's learned about lately. Maybe we could watch one. Because it is fucking hilarious. Alright, let me get this on screen here. Whoop, wrong one. Alright, here we go again. Place she was using and Gigi was working at has received about... Oh, thank you, God. And he still works there, which is fucking disturbing. Which means George either knows the guy or is something really nefarious is going on. Like, this is some sort of sexual abuse ring where everybody who does this taxi service, like, finds a woman that they like, does something to them, and doesn't mention anything about it. I'm hoping that's not the case, but that is definitely scary. If it's true that 40 complaints and they haven't really done anything. Let's go here because this is just. I'm not even gonna tell. I know I already made a video telling George to, not directly hinting why this is hilarious, but it is. And you guys know why this is hilarious. So I still want to watch this again anyway because it's so fucking funny.
They say a picture is worth 1,000 words. Well, here we go. Interpol warning.
Worded. Interpol warranted.
Interpol warning. Yomitin Chernenko.
All right, let's hear that name again because he definitely butchers that.
Chernenko.
No.
Age 40. Yomitin Chernenko.
What the fuck? Where's Paintorian when I need him? Because I know he'd be laughing his ass off right now. My Russian is horrible because I know I'll butcher the first name anyway. Yevgeny I know I'm going to pronounce it better than he does. Cheremenko. I'm sure I pronounced that far better than George did. Because this is in English. It's not like that we're seeing Cyrillic here. Sorry. From front to finish, this whole video is just a complete clusterfuck.
Age 44, wanted by 3 countries, the Ukraine, Russia, the U.S. Organized criminal activity with the Interpol logo.
So he's wanted for being with Interpol. And then he corrects himself.
Bob Floyd, alias...
Bob Floyd.
Is swastika. This is somebody
wait a minute, went too far.
Swastika. This is somebody...
Did I go that?
With the Interpol logo.
There we go.
Bob Floyd, alias swastika.
Okay, all right, so I apologize for that one. I thought I heard Bob Floyd there for a second. I'm like, what the fuck?
This is somebody that...
Once again, I haven't been drinking, folks, I swear to God.
It is related to the Holmgren Group, better known as Martine Holmgren. This is one of Martine Holmgren's henchmen that have been involved.
Yes, we have this grand organization that is in all corners of the world, and our whole purpose is just to fuck with one person. And that's why we're wanted by Interpol right now. Especially this Bob Floyd motherfucker.
Trolling me throughout the years, Bob Floyd.
Bob, okay, yeah, that's why I said that. Floyd. He said Bob Floyd. I definitely know I heard it that time.
The years, Bob Floyd.
God, he's worse than I am. You gotta proofread before you start saying this shit on the screen.
A Nazi person. So
a Nazi person. That's definitely a redundancy. A Nazi is a person, so they're just called Nazi. You never hear anybody call another Nazi a Nazi person. Dumbass.
Most scum of the earth individual, wanted by 3 countries, and the U.S. being one, Interpol. So it makes you question the activity of these people. Unfreaking believable. So why don't you go nibble on that one? Like I said, the proof is in the pudding, and the proof is
pudding. That's a very Virginia thing to say. Pudding, George.
Right here, being involved in the criminal activities throughout Bob Floyd, aka Yenhin Chirenka.
He completely says a different name here. Calls him Yaniv Chernenka this time. Oh my fucking... I know when Paintorian watches this later, he's going to be on the floor. I know he's seen this video already, but every time he butchers this name, which I know is not easy to pronounce, but it's not that difficult either. Chermenko is far easier to pronounce than the first name. You're making it seem like rocket science here, George.
Yeah. Says a lot, doesn't it?
Yeah, it says that you're a humongous regard. Alright, let me clear that for a moment. Look for another video to play. How? Wow, have I really been streaming for almost 2 hours? Was not expecting that. Holy shit. So yeah, I'm not going to play anything else in regards to Captain Corpulence because I felt like he discussed why the doxing thing is completely regarded. Because, one, George gets the doxing wrong, I would say 80+% of the time. Got it wrong with me, got it wrong with, I'm trying to remember who, a bunch of other people. Same thing with Jeremy. He didn't know where Jeremy was for the longest time, and he was just a few states over. And had to get Angela to take a picture of him. And we had his picture, what, like 6 months before he did? And it was in a YouTube video. He didn't have to pay her to do that. Alright. Do I want to play the acapella one now? Because it's basically the same. I was going to do another quick little palate cleanser, but I just realized it's not necessary. So here's another little whiny tirade.
I want to say a few things real fast. 2 minutes on the clock. 2 minutes.
2 minutes. 4-minute video. George is always consistent with how he always fails with in terms of how long he wants to keep a video versus reality when it's much, much longer.
On the clock. So I have a small member, huh?
You do. You do. She told us so. Here's the thing, George. At this point, unless you do a full frontal naked body pic, which I'm going to say right now, and I'm sure the rest of the goons are going to say, I don't want to see it. I'm sure they don't want to see it. But that's the only way you could prove at this point that you don't have a small member.
I have a small member here.
When you put it like that, George, I know you have a small dick. You're not working. You weren't packing. Jesus. You weren't packing anything to begin with. And this was something I heard as a rumor back in 2010. Back when YouTube used to have the message thing. I had a weird one day that said they knew George and saw his thing before, and it was really tiny. And they wouldn't give me a name, so I always chalked it up as, oh, this is probably a troll trying to fuck with me. But it's like I said, with her confirming it, and him denying it in this specific way, this weird, cringy, like, let me continue just so I can demonstrate.
I guess that would be a better word for penis, huh? Have a small penis?
Yes, that's exactly what we're talking about, genius.
I've never had any complaints in the size of my girth.
Nope. If there was a woman and she said your dick is small, guess what? Your dick is small. Unless you're implying, George, that she can, having sex with her was like throwing a hot dog down an airplane hangar. Yeah, you're lying. You are definitely lying.
Matter of fact, my penis is pretty much better known as girth. It's
pretty much known better as girth. Gigi and his dated references. Does George... The only time George has been current is when he sung that... And the only reason he did that one song, by the way, was because it sounded 80s. That was the only reason he did it. Women feel bad if the guy has a small one. They usually say anything about... Exactly. It was only the fact that once again, she got sexually harassed by George. She directly contacted the goons. And from what I was told, she wasn't even prompted. Just said that directly, he has a small dick.
It's very girthy, and it's known as Girth Brooks.
According to whom, George? If it's to you, then it doesn't quite work now, does it? Sorry about that. Took the last sip of my soda there.
The only difference between his brother Garth is Girth is more...
His brother Garth? Is that what you just said?
Brooks. The only difference between his brother Garth...
His brother Garth. I gotta add that to the dictionary later.
As Girth is more famous because he's been in more holes than Garth has. So it's been known as, sometimes they call him Girthy because he's upon the earth and he lies in a certain spot.
Sometimes he's girthy on a certain part of the earth. What in the fuck is that supposed to even mean? Here's the thing. I've seen a lot of big dick motherfuckers before. I've never seen one who's literally hangs on the ground. And if they did, that's probably too big to have sex with. Because when you get to a certain point, it doesn't become pleasurable and it just becomes painful. And from what she described, you're more like a thimble than you are a hose, okay? So... When you like describe it in weird terms like that, it's how we know you're lying. Because usually when guys tell the truth about their junk, they just either say it's average size, especially if they're trying to be modest, and or they give specifics, and you're doing neither.
To please every woman he can please, better known as Girth Brooks. Also, what we got going on here? The Three Witches from Eastwick. That's a movie. I know three.
What is it with George and three women? He had, let's see, 3 wise women. And when... I'm trying to remember. When George had women, quote unquote, in his book come to the show, weren't there 3 women? And, of course, during the Christmas things, usually, I think one year he was visited by 3 also wise women. And once again, 3 women here. Everything in 3s. Which, once again, is anything but the truth unless George pays for it.
Witches from Eastwick, they all tell tattletales, they have recipes they share about it.
Not only that, Nurse Joy, what's his name said that he has a big dick. So when someone on the internet says it, it's got to be true.
Certain person, that's all they know how to do is talk about someone that is better than them. Someone that's is better than them, and all they can do is share recipes. One of the witches from Eastwick wants to see the penis, see the girth of the penis, and take a snapshot of it.
All right, so truth versus reality. In all the times I've dated guys, no, actually, you know what? I'm not going to tell it, but I've only been with one guy who wanted to take a selfie with my face. And it's not a normal thing to do. And trust me, the same with gay men go with women. It's not a normal thing to do to take a selfie with some guy's penis. Even if it's like horse hung. It's just, it's bizarre to take a selfie with a fucking dick. What are you gonna do? Send it to a friend? It's like, well, look at this. I would be embarrassed to send somebody a picture of another man's dick. It is weird. It's not normal.
Well, you're not going to be able to see any girth or any penis because
you don't have any. I understand that, George.
You're going to be just still wondering how and what.
Well, we already know how and what. It's very tiny and it's like a thimble. You don't need to say any more.
And the witch or the woman that recently said that, that she gave me an STD or something. No, you didn't give me any STD, and I didn't, you had it.
Well, once again, the women who've had sex with George and actually know how big it is, that's not the truth. It's whatever his imagination wants you to believe it is. George never deals with reality. It's always with delusions.
STD, probably from that guy that you were with, and that guy that you're with currently. So yeah, so much for that that bullshit, that bombshell.
You know what else is? Actually, this is more disturbing than it is funny. Although I personally find it funny that George was more worried about people thinking he has a small penis versus him having an STD. He was more worried that people thought he was not well endowed. That is all sorts of weird. I'd rather people think that I'm STD free and let them think that I have a small penis. Just personal opinion here. I'm more worried about my health than I am about my fucking cock.
And let's see here. Certain guy by the name of Mitchell. You would have never known anything about those people unless they came to you. So let's remember that, Mitchell.
George, if it wasn't for you telling your life story and the fact that you had a group of people called the Goods fucking with you, none of this would have happened. None of this would have happened. Absolutely. We would have still been in the dark. But you being the egotistical narcissist that you are, wanted a video with a poor defenseless woman recovering from drugs. You wanted her to make a video about how you get the pancakes flipped really good. Which must be a regional thing because I've never heard that expression before. And it's just, it sounds so fucking odd. And I still have no idea what you were trying to accomplish, because she was at that door wanting to run as far as she could. Even the only person that wasn't aware of it was you, which once again makes it even more hilarious now.
Would have never known anything about them, never would have found them unless they came to you. And what else do I need to let off my chest?
Lift off my chest. That sounds weird. Then again, I'm the guy that butchers English words on a regular basis.
Let's see here. Oh yeah, illegal dealings with the Mexican cartel.
Here we go again, Mexican. George is showing his true colors here. That guy with the Harleys and the Dixie flag. Well, them Mexicans. What is it with... And it must be certain people in Virginia. You don't find them that often around here. They'll tell you that, you know what, they're not a racist in public, but in private, they'll just let out all the motherfucking... them blacks and them Mexicans, and I don't get it. If you're gonna be a fucking racist, just let it out. Be who you want to be, because you'll probably find the kind of people that you're looking for that way.
And a brothel in the southern part of Texas. Martine, you've been really at it, haven't you?
You've been
really at it.
Hold on.
Yeah, drug cartel there.
I gotta hear this part again.
Would have found them unless they came to you. And what else do I need to let off my chest? Let's see here. Oh yeah.
You can hear him, like, the gears churning about in his head, that he's trying to think of a lie. When you go, that's the sheer sign, well, almost 100% sign, that you're about ready to make something up. Let's hear that again.
I've never known anything about them, never would have found them unless they came to you. And what else do I need to let off my chest?
Yeah, there it goes. That kind of indicates that you're about ready to let out some complete horse shit.
Let's see here. Oh yeah.
Let's see here. Yes. That emphasizes it even more. It's bad enough he says, and then he says, let's see here. If I have something I want to say, I just say, I got to get this off my chest. I shouldn't be giving narcissist tips. But that's not what you say. Once again, George is just digging himself a deeper hole here, and whore. Let's keep going.
Illegal dealings with the Mexican cartel.
One has to wonder after a while if George even hears, talks to himself out loud. Mexican drug what I just want to be sure I get what he's saying here again.
Came to you. And what else do I need to let off my chest? Let's see here. Oh yeah, illegal dealings with the Mexican cartel. And a brothel in
illegal dealings in a Mexican hotel at the brothel. That's quite a racket. How come the goons aren't getting a cut of that, huh? We got this worldwide organization. We got Nazis in Russia. We got Swedish attorneys, and we got this whole organization going on here. How come we're not getting a chunk of that, huh?
The southern part of Texas.
No, that's very specific. The southern part of Texas, with it being the second largest state. I mean, that really narrows it down. I mean, is it El Paso we're talking about here? Laredo? What fucking part of southern Texas are we speaking here?
Martine, you've been really at it, haven't you?
Really at it.
Really at it, haven't you? Martine, you've been really brilliant at it, haven't you?
Really brilliant at it. I didn't hear that the first time out. Really brilliant at it.
Been really at it. Yeah, drug cartel there, haven't you? And the Mexican.
No. That's another way you can tell somebody's lying is when they stutter. If you're telling the truth, there's no way you're stuttering. He's literally thinking of stuff to add to that.
Cartel and doing having a brothel, illegal brothel in the southern part of Texas. Martine, you've been a bad naughty boy.
You know what, Marty? Me and you should get together. We could have, we could have a little side business. You can have the girls and I'll have the guys. I'll pimp out the guys for you and I'll get you some extra money. How about that? Fucking idiots. I swear, it's either he wants to believe this is true or like some troll is misleading him. It's got to be one of the two. No sane person believes this bullshit.
Oh my God. And then old Mitchell, splits.
Hold on, I gotta hear that again.
And then old Mitchell.
I'm sorry. This is almost like a palate cleanser for me. It's that hilarious.
Smuggling drugs in too. Old Mitchell been smuggling.
All right, so here's how the organization's breaking down. Marty is running the brothels, and Henry Mitchell is the drug mule. And now we got Bob Floyd wanted for Interpol for terrorist stuff. Come on, George, what am I wanted for? Come on, I have to be wanted for something, surely. And let me tell you that Eugene, he's actually money laundering right now. And we got a little laundromat business going on, and we're like transferring like $10,000 a day, from there into something that Boston is running, and he's helping us get that through the bank. You know what? You got us. You got us. You can turn this into the FBI now. You got all the dirt.
Selling some drugs in through a different state. Yeah. Oh my God! And yet these people want to judge me. They want to judge me and talk about me. You all,
I'm sorry.
All need to just go to hell. In the short version of it. Okay. And I could.
Hey, the only reason I mentioned that is because I want to cut to that too. I'm the only person in this organization that doesn't have a side hustle going on here. You got to let a brother in.
Say that I might see you there, but I'm not going there. You all are. Straight to hell. And that's what you need to do.
The person who killed a woman for denying her, for going through with drug withdrawals, sexually harassing women, threatening to stalk Angela, and once again, the only way, the legitimate ways that Incel George can have sex is through either coercion or rape, essentially. George cannot get it the normal ways, through normal conventional ways of having sex. He cannot. George has not been in a legitimate relationship ever.
And never show your face again. It's a work in progress. It's like a death. But I'm getting.
Oh, that's right. I forgot about Lewis. You see, when Lewis, whenever Henry Mitchell has the drug deal going on, Lewis is there. He's part of the armed crew as well as the translator because, Henry Mitchell's not fluent in Spanish. And through that, we're able to get the drugs through. They're temporarily, stopped at the brothel. You got to have some place to store the drugs. Then through there we go. We distribute it at Eugene's house, and then through the sales we launder it through a literal laundromat. I don't know why I'm having so much fun with this, but this is getting really, like, theatrical on George's part. I know I'm just making it even more so, but it's fucking hilarious to think that he thinks that we're all, like, criminals, like, making millions and millions of dollars who haven't been caught. And he's in fucking... What did George call him? Anyway, it's the most complex, ridiculous bullshit I've ever heard.
Getting over it. It's like a death in the situation that I've been dealing with, but I'm getting over it because I'm better than that.
Oh, you definitely sound like you're getting over it. You don't sound mad at all.
I'm better than all of this shit. I'm a king, and I always will be a king.
The only thing you're a king of, George, is sitting in your van when you order McDonald's. Yeah, what does he do? He goes to Buffalo Wild Wings and orders Coke. Well, that's what George does during the week when he doesn't have any money. He gets that $1 soda. Sits and gets the free internet all day. All right. Wrong button. Let me hit this for a moment. Look for another video to play. Oh, that was a lot funnier than I expected. Oh, yes. Okay, so now we are getting to the good stuff. Getting to the nitty-gritty. Okay, so this is the video from 2 days ago when George had this special announcement. This announcement that was going to revolutionize how George was going to take care of us goons. How he was going to thoroughly and utterly own us. So let's hear how happy and grateful George is. More important, how relieved George is to finally have this over with. Another copyright, and another copyright, and another copyright strike for me. God damn it, you're stupid, George. He doesn't even give a fuck about having music strikes on his channel anymore. Well, then again, I don't either, but you would think somebody as proud as George would, you know, want to have his channel monetized at some point. Let's get to the good part.
But the dust! Oh, yes.
So far, he's really trying to make himself sound restrained here, but you can already see it in his eyes. He wants to let loose. He wants to let all of that inner anger out. And I'm almost certain after this video, he just screamed at the top of his lungs how he was gonna murder us. Anger's building. And drop the beat. Oh, speaking of dropping the beat, he's dropping boogers. My pot player was working at... Oh, wait a minute. No, I can still slow that shit down. What am I talking about? Yeah, let's play that back. We're going to do a Meth Loves the Slow Playback speed here. Yeah, I learned this trick from Eugene. Pointing his finger right at the nose. Oh, look at how dirty those fingers are too. Holy shit. Great pause. He's pointing his finger right at his nose and it's about ready to go up there. He wants to pick a winner, folks. Yeah, you rub that back. He's going to be smelling that later. Alright, let me get it back to normal speed.
Yay! Gigi's got the trademark. Gigi's got the trademark.
Oh, yeah, here we go.
Gigi's got the trademark. And Gigi's got the trademark. Hey, 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 hey. And you know why I do? Because you went ahead and spent $49 and I spent $600.
Yeah. Yeah, isn't that how copyright goddamn copyright. Trademark works. I spent more money than you, so therefore I own it. Delusional motherfucker. And we're going to get into... I know I discussed it earlier, but I'm going to discuss it again after this, because as simple as copyright is, trademark is even simpler. God damn it, I hit the wrong thing again.
In deluxe package, the baby is mine, so rebill it.
Oh, yep, okay, so time for quarter speed meth time. Here we go.
Rebill it.
You guys have your umbrellas handy? It was like, I don't know if any of you have ever been to a SeaWorld or whatever park you guys have, or aquariums, where, like, you know, fish perform. And you have those, like, blue tarp things in front of you so you don't get wet. That's what you guys need whenever you see this video. Just something to... Yeah, it's like Gallagher. Yeah, like when Gallagher smashes that watermelon. That's essentially what this George video is. Nice shave job, by the way, there, George. Not looking like a hobo at all.
Miss Cankles and Bagel Boy go.
Yep, there's George's anti-Semitism out there again. How many times have we heard Mexican tonight? And let's see. So this is the first anti-Semite one we've heard tonight.
Fuck yourself. Fuck yourself. Because I own.
Is that me, or here doesn't he sound like Bill Cosby, which is appropriate?
Bagel Boy, go.
George is gonna get the pudding pops.
Fuck yourself. Fuck yourself. Because I own the fucking trademark. Woo!
Oh my god! I've not laughed this hard since I saw the video the first time. Oh. Wow. Okay, so let me... First of all, let me get this back up to normal speed so that way when I play the next video, we don't have that going again. Alright, so cancel. That. Alright. So, to go back to copyright once again. Copyrights primarily protect the rights of people who create literary, dramatic, musical, artistic, and certain other original works, like history tests and software code. Trademarks can protect the use of a company's name and its product's brand identity, like logos and slogans. So, what does this mean? As I explained later, as I explained earlier, copyright pretty much protects anything with the media. So we're talking videos. We're talking protects against DVD piracy. Protects against I'm trying to think of some other things. Like things that are like actually show related that Gigi were to actually sell. That actually, you know, where George actually makes money. Which is the problem George had the first time he was doing this fucking wool suit. Or not the first time, it's multiple times. So, when you buy a trademark, as I explained earlier, like, I'm going to use Kiss again. Because Kiss only has 10 million products that they sell that has their band name attached to it. If some company were selling something that has Kiss on it that they didn't endorse, they would sue the fuck out of it. So, yeah. The only time an artist can really use a trademark are when physical, tangible products are involved. You can't use it for videos. And in a moment, we're going to see his quote-unquote first trademark, which is not even spelled correctly because you're supposed to use a year, then the symbol trademark, like you would a copyright, because George is so fucking stupid. And I'm trying to think of if there's any other cases, because I studied trademark. Once again, I studied music. Actually, I should leave this up here. You know what? Let me turn off this part. Was it this? Hold on. Yeah, the background. I just realized the background doesn't work for the introduction of chat because nobody can read what's going on. Yeah, so trademark really mainly works with companies. So yeah, things like Nike logos, like if some Chinese company were using it to sell fake shoes, they could go after them. Or trying to think of some other things. But the other thing I wanted to bring up, because I'm very familiar with this, with buying pirated CDs back in the 90s, especially Japanese ones. What they would do in Taiwan to get around trademarks and copyright would be to change things around. So, for example, this goes to copyright. For a CD cover, for example, they would either invert the image or they would crop it, and they would like rearrange the track numbers so it's not in the exact order that the original artist had, or they would add extra tracks, which was frequently common back in the 80s, 90s, and early 2000s. Then for products, for example, like, you know where the Nike logo should be? A typical way they would get around that would be to, once again, reverse the Nike logo, maybe put it on a different part of the shoe. That would be one way to get around trademark, because at that point, like with copyright, it's fair use. Which George, once again, it's something he thinks he could somehow circumvent. And he could do with this quote-unquote trademark. George actually made it harder for himself to go after us with this trademark. Like, infinitely harder. With copyright, you can go after somebody for using your material if they don't use fair use and a bunch of other things. Whereas trademark, unless there's a physical product involved, and more importantly, unless you can prove that you made money on said product or logo, you're fucked. Matter of fact, that's one of the first things you got to prove in court is you made money on this. Otherwise, why bring the case? You might as well just go home. And the fact that George might file, or, well, not might, he is, because I'm going to be showing some of these quote-unquote trademark videos in just a moment. Hey, Lummox, in a moment is to pop the cherry on this whole trademark thing, because if George is going to sue anybody, I mean, let's be honest here, it's going to be me at this point. He's not going to go after anybody else. And he's going to fail on his face even harder than before. And when he falls, we're all going to laugh. I almost want to do that bit in Ren and Stimpy where Ren comes home from a hard day at work and points at Ren and says, and when you fall, I'm going to laugh. It does that whole diabolical thing. That's almost what I want to do with this. So let's let me look for the first trademark video that he has this on. So it would be his next one, which is a weird one to have a quote-unquote trademark on, because all George does here is talks about his quote-unquote family. Weird fucking thing to put a trademark on, but okay. Not that it's legal to begin with, but let's go. Oh, yeah.
All right. It is Thursday.
Oh, no, it's the next video he has trademark. God damn it. I thought it was this one. All right, anyway, let's continue.
Thursday evening, getting ready for the Cowboys to play the Seahawks.
And I'm sure they'll get thoroughly owned. Fucking Cowboys suck. They've sucked since 96. And they always choke in the playoffs. That's the thing about the Cowboys. They consistently choke in the playoffs. It's like they'll either do really well and choke near the playoffs and or during the beginning of the playoffs. It almost historically, it almost goes in that direction. So they'll win like 5-6 games, get to the playoffs, and they'll usually go out really quick. Or by the time the preliminaries, not preliminaries, I should know the name of this because I used to watch football all the time. Before the Super Bowl, like the final match to see which two teams go into it, they always choke there. They have for the past, God, it's going to be 27 years, no, not 20, 28 years next year. Playoffs, thank you. And I said that before, I think. God, I'm a regard. Okay, so, yeah, let's get into George's proud history, which he lies his ass about here, which, once again, Captain Corpulence and other people have demonstrated. The only reason I want to see this is just for the sheer lulz factor, because this is a fucking funny video to watch.
Cowboys were going to beat the crap out of the Seattle Seahawks.
And no, you won't. You'll choke. Well, not you, well, maybe you will choke at Fieldins, but the Cowboys will choke on their cocks, probably in the locker room.
Getting ready for that. It is a Thursday evening, and good Thursday evening.
Have you ever known that the other thing George does in these tirades is try to give people the sense that he somehow leads a normal life? This van-dwelling motherfucker. Not only van-dwelling, homeless. Trying to convey the sense that he has somewhat of a normal life while fucking holding his phone on his pants, afraid to show his face, which is hilarious because he just did so. He had no problem doing it. 1 video before, 2 videos before, and other than these 2, 3 before. But now he doesn't want to show it here, probably because he looks like a complete and utter caveman. Probably like something from the Neolithic era. Probably straight dinosaur is probably what George looks like in this picture.
And I gotta say, though, it's been an emotional roller coaster, but I, in fact, am officially the trademark is mine.
I am officially the trademark is mine. This was particularly why I wanted to watch this video again.
It's been an emotional roller coaster, but I, in fact, am officially the trademark is mine.
I am officially the trademark is mine. Remember, this was somebody that went to high school, folks. Oh my fucking... and as bad as I butcher the English language, at least I make sense most of the time. That is straight out word salad.
So there. And that's the bottom line. The trademark is officially mine.
That's completely worthless.
Mark Rebillet or Will Markland, whoever the fuck you are, good luck. Mark Rebillet or Will Markland, good luck in trying to...
Come on, keep your name straight at this point, George. It's either Will Markland or Mark Rebillet. Make up your mind. It's either one or the other.
Overcome that because, yeah. Now, I want to say something real fast here. You're talking about my heritage and how I'm not Italian.
All right. So this was something that was already brought up. Yared is an Arabic last name. It has Ethiopian. Speaking of GGisms, Ethiopian and I believe, was it Saudi origins? I'm sure you guys were remember better than I do. But it's not Italian. I hate this whole ancestry shit too, because most Americans have been here multiple generations, and I don't know why people hold on to that. It's like, just to give an example, it's like I have Irish ancestry, but you know what? If I were thrown back in, or excommunicated to Ireland right now, I would stick out like a sore thumb. I'm not Irish. I'm American. And people from other countries who visit here and like have not lived here, but who have like been here 6 or more months, do not understand why Americans have such a weird obsession with ancestry. Because unless there's like a really long lineage and some sort of interesting story behind it, it's just verbal masturbation.
And blasey, blasey, blasey. Let me...
Blasey, blasey, blasey. Come on, George. Even you know it's blah, blah, blah.
Give you since you all are so inquisitive to want to know about my history and my chronological, the people are in my previous world or my ancestors. My grandfather was named Amin George.
Once again, Italian, Amin. That's also an Arabic name. So, can you guys just get the, sense of Italian just wafting off George here? With names like Yared and Amin. And, this is so Italian. If it was any more Italian, fucking Nobunaga would be coming straight out of that country.
George Yared. That's correct. And a lot of the people, a lot of the men in the family were named George.
George is not an Arabic name. So you're full of shit there. It's possible that when the first Yareds were here, maybe some of the first people were named George, but I guarantee you not every member that arrived here were named George. I'm sure they all had Arabic names. Or when they came to the Statue of Liberty, and this was true in some cases, if somebody had a really difficult to pronounce name and this was actually fucked up, they would change their name to something that they thought was simpler.
George was a popular name. George Foreman named all his sons George.
And what does this have to do with George's ancestry? If you said absolutely nothing, you'd be 110% correct.
George Jr. And in case of
God, and I thought I was really bad.
George Jr. And in case of
once again, this is a strong indication that George is about ready to lie his ass off here.
Zap or some person that is unintelligent. George in the book of names stands for God.
Okay. We're going to look this up right now, folks. Okay. I hate going to Google, but let's do it. Let's see. Yared name origin. Let's see. Oh, I should look up definition, not origin. Derp. Sorry about that. Wait, it has another meaning though. I know for sure it doesn't mean decent. It means something else. It's not gold. Why is it like so many different... It's weird because, for example, my last name Brennan, and it's the weirdest fucking origin for a name ever. It means on top of a fairy hill. I swear to God. So it's like whenever I see like name origins and I look up some of this stuff, I always have to think if the translations are correct or not. So we got beloved, we got decent. So I just have no idea what the correct meaning of it is. Although someone, yes. My name, oh, that's your name. I'm trying to remember what George's name is because somebody posted it in Discord and I can't find it because I'm an idiot and didn't fucking prep for this show like I should have. Alright, so I'm going to scroll up really quick. Sorry about this, folks. Earthworker. Okay. Let me save this pic really quick. And I'll just post it in OBS. So let's see. Save. Then get back to OBS here. Sorry, guys. Go to downloads and drag and drop. So yeah. Oh, George. Okay. Alright, so Yared is decent. And George is farmer, derived from Greek. Once again, no Italian. Earthworm, yes. But the point is, George is lying his ass off here because I think... Wait, he didn't say decent, did he?
And in case of some zap or some person that is unintelligent.
Some zap that isn't unintelligent. Okay, that makes me feel better now.
George in the book of names stands for God.
Okay. George in the books means God. Nope.
You look at what the name George stands for. It stands for God.
Once again, nope.
And my name Yared, in Arabic term, stands for friendly.
It does mean decent, so I guess that sort of means friendly. Yeah. I'll leave that up to you guys.
Yared means friendly. Now let me explain, and I don't have to really explain a goddamn thing. My grandmother, Adele Yared, who spoke
Adele Yared. Doesn't he mean Adele? Because I think that's her grandmother, his grandmother's name. I think it's Adele, not Adele.
5 fluent languages.
5 fluent languages. It's fluent in 5 languages. 5 fluent languages.
5 fluent languages, and was a gifted woman. Made a mean kibbe, and kibbe is ham.
Kibbe. Let's see if that is an Italian dish. See where that dish comes from. Because remember, George is Italian. Kibbe, Middle Eastern. Ha! Ha! Totally Italian there, George. I know the last time I went to an Italian restaurant, I had I had a nice gyro. Had some nice kiwi and hummus and pita bread. Idiot.
Burgers. Onions in the hamburgers. Real awesome cook. knew how to cook, hands down. Arabic food, hummus, and a lot of the...
Notice. He's noticed something? No Italian. Huh. For somebody that's a proud Italian, knows all this stuff about Italy, which he never talks about, by the way. Whenever he talks about his family, nothing authentic Italian there.
Greek food, a lot of Greek food and
Arabic food, yes.
Middle Eastern food, similar to food from the Middle East and Lebanese food.
Once again, has not mentioned Italy yet.
Hummus, kibbeh. What else is that? Yeah, well, hummus is really delicious. That's also in Greek food as well,
and Middle Eastern. Actually, hummus is popular all over the Middle East. Actually, it's popular around here too. I love hummus. But George, hummus is predominantly popular in the Middle East. It's not just Lebanon and Greece. It's all over the Middle East. I mean, Middle East. Well, yeah, Middle East and the Mediterranean. Jesus.
Kibbeh, which is hamburgers with onions, and baba ganoush.
Hold on, I gotta check the order. Let's see. That is... yeah, Lebanon. So once again, got Lebanon, we got Arabic, got Greek. Where the fuck is Italy in all this?
Baba ganoush is also a dish as well. And then lentils. And if I black...
This is the closest George has got to Italy so far. They do occasionally use lentils in their cooking. Not as much as other parts of the Mediterranean, though.
Beans with onions. Very healthy dish that was made. Great dish.
Oh, by the way, George, they just don't eat the lentils. Lentils are used to make certain dishes. Lentils by themselves are really fucking tough to try to chew through. You gotta soak them in water first, or boil them, and then make something out of them, like usually soups. Lentils are good for making soups, but yeah, you do not know what you're talking about again.
Lentils cooked, you can cook that stuff up. It is delict.
Really, George? You mean lentils are delicious? Have you guys noticed? We're about 2 minutes into his, what do you call it? No, not 2 minutes. We're 3 minutes, 16 minutes into his, family origins. More than 2 minutes so far, he's talked about food. Whole 2 minutes about food. This is ancestry, according to George. Which, in that case, he's about as Italian as I am. Delishable. That's got to go in the dictionary.
Delicious. And, Grandma Adele Yared. She was a great cook.
Adele. George. Adele. It's not Adelia. No, Adelia is a word, but the way he says it is wrong.
Yeah, Grandma Adele Yared. She was a...
Adele Yared. God damn.
Great cook. Great lady. Lived to be 88 years old. She spoke five different languages. Arabic, Spanish, Italian, English, of course, and one other language I can't think of, but Arabic.
Well, you knew your grandmother so well that you can't even remember the fifth language. I remember everything about my, one of my grandmas. And she has actually both of my grandmas. And both of them haven't been around in more than 20 years. They both died around the same time in the early 2000s. I can remember almost everything like the back of my hand. Yet George cannot remember what language his grandmother spoke. Such an emotional... Oh, sorry about that. That much of an emotional impact on him.
And one other language I can't think of, but Arabic, Spanish, Italian, and English, of course, and one other language.
So this is the closest George has got to quote unquote being Italian right now. Is his grandmother happened to speak Italian? So what?
Now, my grandma was half Italian.
Okay, if that was the case, all right, let me do the math here. If your dad was full Arabic, oh no, wait a minute, the dad was on your your mom's side, so that would make the dad quarter. And depending, this is something George has never brought up, is his mom's ethnicity or background. Once again, I don't care about that stuff because in my mind, George is American. He's as much of a mutt as I am. And ancestry, it means bullshit. Means absolutely nothing in regards to American society. And people who still cling on to that are socially backwards. Sorry, Chris. Not sorry. He's probably... I'm willing to bet that he's not even an eighth Italian. Total. Wait, no, that's actually not true. Let's see. Dad... let's say his grandmother was married to an Italian. That would make the dad half, which would therefore make George, if the mom wasn't, a quarter. George, you were born in America. You're an American. You never spoke Italian. You don't know anything about... You've thoroughly demonstrated you don't know anything about Italian culture. I probably know more about Italian culture than you do. I know everybody in chat knows more about Italian culture than you do. Especially Lewis, because that part of New England that he's in, and not to mention he's not that far away from New York, there's a ton of Italians. And very proud of their heritage. And if anything, would know far, far, far more than you do. All you've mentioned is baba ganoush and that one other dish that I cannot remember because I've not had it before. And hummus.
My grandma on my dad's side was half Italian. So, that makes me Italian. Whether it be a quarter Italian or...
Okay. Let's go with that logic, shall we? Because Chris is 0.2% black, so therefore Chris is black. Which is funny because if anybody is in a certain Discord, they've seen pictures, Photoshop pictures of Chris Black recently. And it's a hoot. George, you're about as Italian as I am fucking Malaysian. You're an American. You were born an American. You don't have dual citizenship. Unless you're both a citizen of Italy and America, you're not Italian. And you're just, once again, you're American. You're as American as I am. As most everybody else in chat is.
Or whatever, it's still Italian. And my grandfather on my dad's side was straight Syrian and Lebanese.
Once again, if your mom was half Italian, as you claim, that would only make the dad half at max in turn. And we don't know what his mom was. And the most George could be is a quarter Arabic. The most. Unless his mom was also Arabic, which we don't know fully. Well, I don't know anyway. Oh, wait, that's right. Shirley... Oh, what was her full name? Might be able to figure this out. Either way, he's not fully... He's a Heinz 57, as my grandmother used to say. He's a mixture of everything. It's about as fucking Italian as my Never mind. I'm not going to even say that joke because it's fucked up.
My grandfather, who I never met, who died 10 years before I was born, owned an Oriental rug store called Yared's.
He would hypnotize the customers into buying his rugs. He'd have like a little pocket watch out, trying to hypnotize customers as they're walking by, asking them to buy rugs. Or maybe if they're like George, maybe George Sr. Unloaded his emotional baggage on the people trying to pity him to buy his rugs. Yes, exactly, the piss-stained piss-stained rug store. So, yeah, George was so proud of his parents, once again, his family lineage, that he allowed his pets to piss on an Oriental rug. And as Paintorian stated last night in Discord, most people hang Oriental rugs on their walls. America and some other Western countries are some of the few places where they put the rug on the floor. It's a decorative item. It's not meant to be on the floor.
So he had Persian rugs, real expensive Oriental rugs of good nature, good quality. My
If we know what Yared's are like, I'm sure those things were probably pieces of shit from like China or something.
Father, George Yared. It was called Yared's Oriental Rugs, and that's why I've always been interested.
Yes. I accidentally clicked on a Gray Still Plays video I was going to watch later. George, you're repeating yourself now. You do this in every video, but it's especially annoying here since you've mentioned this fucking store several times over, and your grandfather was a hypno-rapist. I don't know why you expect that this would awe us in any way. It doesn't. He's a piece of shit.
And those kind of rugs. Great rugs, very expensive rugs and whatnot.
Lewis, so when I was a kid, this was like the last period of time this happened. Up until the early 80s, I would say most families, by most, I mean at this time I'd say 50%, had an Oriental rug in their living room. By the time the 90s happened, those things were long gone. I know our family had one, but Persian and Oriental rugs have been out of fashion for at least, since the 70s. So once again, he's trying to spin this narrative that selling Persian and Oriental rugs are cool. They were never cool to begin with. They were supposed to have a function. And the whole reason that people bought them was for status. That the show that you were some sort of... Because when people used to go overseas back when they used to travel in Iran, they would buy things like an Oriental rug to show that they traveled, and in some cases that they had money. That's all the Oriental rugs served for the longest time, which is why they fell out of popularity so quickly.
And my grandfather was, believe it or not, from what I hear, was a great pool player. He was great at
and maybe pocket pool. Because it's hard for me to believe that... I'll believe your grandmother was talented at something. Since you lie about your dad so much, and it's hard for me to believe that anybody in your family has any talent. Probably fucking thought the 8-ball... Well, God, Jesus. Sorry about that. I saw a spark there for a second. It startled me. Completely fucking made me forget the joke I was telling, too. God damn it.
Playing pool. And my grandfather was very smart.
Wait, did he say poodle player? Okay, I gotta play that back.
George Yared. It was called Yared's Oriental Rugs. And that's why I've always been interested in those kind of rugs. Great rugs, very expensive rugs and whatnot.
The ones no one buys anymore.
And my grandfather was, believe it or not, from what I hear, was a great pool player. He was great at...
Thanks for trolling me there. You said pool. I thought for a second it was poodle player.
Playing pool. And my grandfather was very smart. Very intelligent, very smart, and very thrifty. And...
of course. Once again, I do not like stereotypes, but the huge stereotype for the longest time is that Arabic people were very cheap, to the point of it being a fault. Which might explain why a janitor, when he passed away, had almost $500,000 in cash. Once again, I don't believe in stereotypes, but that sounds like one to me.
The alleged hypnosis thing is an absolute joke.
It was in a paper, George. It was not a joke. You have not explained this away, and I can spoil this, but now in the rest of the video, you do not explain why. Your head makes me want to play pool. Exactly.
My grandfather married my...
Once again, he went, That indicates that he's about ready to tell some sort of bullshit story here.
Grandmother on his gifts and talents and of who he was. So my grandfather did not use trickery or witchcraft or whatever you want to call it.
Trickery or witchcraft. Hey, George, it was in the newspaper. How can you deny that? George Yared, you admitted yourself every male in your family was named George. So that's hard to explain away from one thing. And it happened in Richmond. And since every other member of your family, it seems like the women run away in fear, it stands then that more than likely she probably, raped. It's actually even harder for me to say now. I do not like talking about. I hate it when people get victimized. She got. Fuck your grandfather for doing that to her. Fuck him. Fuck him and fucking Arabic asshole. And jeez, I can't even. Now I'm sounding like more and more like George. Exactly.
Mormon style living, try to have 7 women. Of course, having 7 women is a nice thought to think about. But my
of course you would like that because like your dad and your great grandfather, you come from a lineage of. This is the only thing that's true. All the men in the Yared family are sexual predators. All of them.
My grandfather was very great, very smart. And my
so great and smart, he got divorced multiple times for desertion. For deserting their wives, because they're such good lovers that he has to leave his wife and file for divorce. You know how... Well, divorce wasn't uncommon back then. It was not as common as it is now. So to divorce somebody back in the 50s and 60s for desertion of marriage, it said a lot about you.
Grandfather earned the heart of Adele Yared, who was my grandma.
And I'm sure she was probably as batshit as everybody else. I'll grant her that she was probably smart, although if this coming from George, we have to take this with a grain of salt here. It was probably as batshit as everybody else was.
And through my grandma had 4 children. Najla, who was
Najla?
My grandma had 4 children. Najla, who... Was my Aunt Nash.
You mean Angela? Najla. This whole video is just a non-stop GGism. Najla and all that fucking other earlier bullshit.
That's the way you pronunciate her name.
Pronunciated. He's right. Oh, he is? No. Hold on. I gotta look this up. I heard. I have. Let's see. Najla girls. Wait, women's name. I'll be damned. The snake. Oh, that was worth looking up. I'm sorry, if I was living in the U.S., I would not name my daughter after something that means the god of the snake. Boy, I'd love to have that story with my kids someday. Mom, what does your name mean? Oh, I'm god of the snakes. I could really... My families could really wrestle them things down. Good at making those things come.
And then, of course, Aunt Eva, who was my favorite. Hilda. And...
It's interesting. So, Hilda is a German name. Because George keeps harping on the fact, once again, that he's Italian. Comes up with things, so many things that are not Italian.
Of course, my father, George.
Which is also not an Arabic name.
My father...
I mean, Italian.
If I'm not mistaken, was born in Paris. Let me make sure if I've got that right, because I have the ancestry. Yeah, my father was born in Paris. So I guess that would make him a Frenchman now, wouldn't it?
George's logic here is batshit. Did he just say my father was born in France, so therefore he's French? Not every country in the world has the same one that America does, where if your baby's born here, it's an American citizen. No, George, you regard. Just because your dad was born... I have a hard time believing, too, that his dad was born in France, because he did that gorgeous George thing. Because when you do the thing, once again, you could tell he's lying, I'd say, 95% of the time.
But he was of the culture of Lebanese and Italian.
Of the culture.
So the Italian came from my grandma, because my grandma's mother was Italian. So
once again, George, the most you could be, unless you're Edith Shirley Hemsley, was that her name? I for some reason I think that was his mom's name. Correct me if I'm wrong. That doesn't sound like an Italian last name to me.
There you go.
The most you would be would quarter, by the way.
So that makes me Italian.
Nope.
And that is in the Ancestry, chronology of the Ancestry.com.
Ancestry. Oh, yeah, because that's a reputable place to go to. Keep in mind, Ancestry.com was the same place Chris went. So that should just say it right there about how credible George's findings are. I went to Ancestry.com. I got my family's backstory, even though it looks weird as fuck, and some of there's some inconsistent things. Yeah, exactly. He's got to prove it. And if he went to Ancestry.com, he should be able to do screen caps or other things to back this up. Yeah, he did the whole thing after doing before saying the Paris thing. So yeah, I call it bullshit.
And yeah, my dad was he was born in Paris, of all places.
Nope. Okay, George. If your mom was pregnant with your dad, because it was not common for pregnant women to travel back then, because they were treated like, almost like they would break if they would do anything bad. Like pre-1970, there was like these weird misconceptions about women and birth. Does anybody... Here's how you can tell if you're old as fuck, by the way. Anybody remember the rabbit test? If you do, you know how weird people... the weird conceptions people had about sex and women and pregnancy back then. It was just the most bizarre thing.
Eva was born in White Sulphur Springs, West Virginia. That's where my grandfather had owned the Oriental Rug Store. He owned the Oriental Rug Store in White Sulphur Springs, West Virginia. So I am proud of my heritage. I'm proud of
being a grapist,
being in a family, great family, and
I'm proud of not having one of my own, because all I can do in order to get sex is grape women.
Was born in America, so I was born
American. Okay, so you just admitted it. You're born in America, so you're going to say that you're an American.
In America, so that makes me American.
So that just negates every point that you made until now. You just canceled out everything. Your video, George, you made it an 8-minute, 11-second video. It could have been trimmed down to just a minute. My name's George. I'm Italian. My grandmother happened to speak Italian. She was Italian. But I'm American. Even though I say I'm Italian. Make up your fucking mind.
So, there you go. There's a history lesson, since you all are so obsessed about
the most convoluted family history lesson in the history of ancestry.
Ancestry, the chronology of
the chronology. It's funny how George used the word ancestry correct, but he immediately butchers it by mentioning chronology. I'm sorry.
My ancestors, the chronology of my family.
The chronology, yes.
But you're all obsessed anyway. So go fuck yourselves and die.
Well, we all know you do that every night on your phone.
Just that, and it'll be a test here.
Maybe you could call what's-her-name back and start fapping on the phone again.
Here probably tomorrow. And by the way, motherfuckers, I own the trademark. I own the...
That's completely and utterly worthless.
The fucking trademark. And I'll be owning the trademark in Canada as well. Pretty...
It's also going to be worthless. He's going after you, Mel.
Damn fucking soon. So there you go, Miss Cankles. Chew on that one, bitch. You all have a lovely evening now. Take.
Fucking moron. Okay. So, how many of you are ready to pop a trademark cherry? Because we're going to do it right now. I believe this is the first video. I got to check it. I believe this is the first one that's trademarked. Yes, okay. Trademark, Gorgeous George Show, November 28th. So, together, folks, we are violating quote-unquote trademark, according to George. Alrighty. Even though this isn't a product, George doesn't make any money off this. And once again, the goons own the trademark still.
Range here. Okay.
Forgot to mention that earlier. The goons already own the trademark.
So let me wait a minute. Yeah, I'm gonna do it close.
What, George? Do you ever know how to get a proper shot of yourself? I gotta see that again. Already, look at the chins. Look at the chins. Keep in mind, I'm a fat bastard. but I don't even have this many chins. 2, and they're like separate too. Look, there's one here and one here. There's one sort of, it's like a testicular chin. It's like a growth almost. Another chin there. Another chin there. Just multiple chins.
Range here. Okay.
I've noticed something. This is the same place. Oh, there's like 2 places George loves to sing at. And this is like one of the same places. And we should try to find where this is for the next GoonCon.
Somebody learn. Yeah, I'm going to do it close. Because this thing is kind of screwed up here.
Speaking of screwing up. Oh! It can't be a Gorgeous George video unless he rubs his nose. Time for that meth slowdown. Whoops, wrong button. There we go. Gotta make it nice and slow. Oh, fuck yeah, as Dwight would say. Look at that, ladies. You wipe that nose 3 times, 4. Count them, folks. 4 times he goes in there and wipes that nose off. He has to do that in almost every video. It's like he's contractually obligated to do it.
While she lay sleeping,
she sleeps in my bed. It means she consented. I touched instead.
Stay out late at night and play myself. Sometimes all the night can be so long. And it's good when I finally make it home.
Because another family owns it. The bank sold it.
Alone, while she lays dreaming,
I think about raping.
Trying to get undressed without the light.
That was completely unintentional on my part. I didn't think that would follow up with that.
Quietly she says,
no, stop this sexual aggression. I want to go home, but I hid my keys.
How was your night? And I come to her and say,
I'm not taking you home yet until I get the first base.
It was alright, and I hold her tight,
and won't let her go without her consent. I should stop singing over this.
And she believes in me.
No, she doesn't.
And I never know just what she sees in me.
Absolutely
and
nothing.
I told her someday, if she was my girl, I could change the world with my little song.
What are you going to change it with? Darling, will you marry me? Together we'll live we'll have the van life together. The front seat could be our living room. We can watch Netflix on the phone on our 6-inch screen. The back seat could be our bedroom, and the garage is our trunk. But the kids can use the second to back row because that's a van, and nobody uses that. George. Whenever you sing these love songs, it's hard not to laugh at the misfortune that you're not looking at here. You're never gonna find that woman, George, because every woman sees what a creepy son of a bitch you are. Oh yeah.
And I was wrong. but she has faith.
Let's see, Shay Sean, do you think George will get the reference if I... That's the, trying to remember. It's a curse word, right? In Greek? Should know this. Let's see, cut up her shoe. Yeah, you come up with better lyrics than me.
Than me. And so I go on trying faithfully. And
hoping she doesn't turn me into jail, reporting me for all the sexual aggression.
Baby, on some special night, and if my song is right, then I will find a way. What?
Talking to your mom again.
She lays waiting, stumble to the kitchen.
Because, oh come on guys, you all know this one. Gigi's old hoarder house. Probably stumbled over that WKRP in Cincinnati DVD set that he had. Or that half-pack eaten ramen that he used to keep in the shelf. Like, got knocked on the floor. George slipped on it.
And I see my own guitar.
Oh, I thought you said, what is that? And Shamuta. Okay, Shamuta. I misread it. Sekuhara is what you're referring to. Yeah, Sekuhara is what do you call it? Japanese short for sexual harassment. Yeah. The Japanese tend to have a tendency to shorten words to the first two katakana words and the last two ones. So, like, for example, with McDonald's, it's Makudo, and Kentucky Fried Chicken, Ken Fry. Which I know is completely in another tangent. I need a Tard Wrangler.
In the night, just waiting for me like a secret friend. And there's
my sound card just dialed the suicide hotline. Yes, I think it did on all of our computers.
While she lays crying, fumble with the melody or two.
While she was crying. And George doesn't see the fucking irony of this. That is a interesting question to ponder. How many women has George made cry by treating them like shit?
And then I'm torn between the things I should do. And then she's
how to hide the evidence of my misdeeds.
Says to wake her up when I'm through.
Gotta get rid of the semen evidence.
God, her love is true. And she believes in me. And I'll never know just what she sees in me.
Absolutely nothing.
And I told her someday if she was my girl.
Oh, I didn't even. Yeah, Jason, see ya.
The world with my little songs, and I was wrong.
Oh, I got. You know what, Meth? I got an amazing idea for whenever we do the GoonCon thon or whatever thon, Goonthon, I guess. We should do karaoke songs, except we should change the lyrics about George. That would be fun as fuck. Like, we could all find a song together and just, like, change the lyrics to make it something about George and to really, really get his goat.
But she has faith in me,
And so
About a
I
faith-
go on trying.
About as much faith as Biden does with the way he runs this country. Even though George thinks he's the greatest living day president.
And who knows, maybe on some special night.
Let's see. I thought that was Activision Blizzard. How many? Yes. Wow, this is what I get for not paying attention to chat. You guys are having a deep discussion going on. Holy shit. Sega. Yeah, Sega is an abbreviation for Service Games. It was founded by an American, believe it or not. His name was David Rosen. It was started after World War II, and he originally imported slot machines from Hawaii because they banned gambling on military bases. So he was importing those and anything he could get his hands on so it could build the... and it was starting to boom already at that point. Japanese economy. And it then evolved into arcade games. And where's my Tard Wrangler? Oh, wait a minute. That's me.
If my song is right,
yes, exactly, Mel.
I will find a way.
The way to my jail cell.
While she waits for me.
We did it, folks. We all violated trademark. Woo! Hey, George. Woo! Because I'm sure he's rubbing his dong to this tonight. All right, might as well finish out the other two videos because, hey, you know, what? We got one strike. Why not three? All right. And this, of course, is with the ever-talented Watt here. I mean, keep in mind, I'm not the most talented person here, but Watt makes me look like fucking Carlin by comparison. And with his singing ability, makes me sound like fucking, what's his name? Yeah, Rick Astley, why not? Actually, those are acronyms. If you want to compare it to something Japanese, fridge is an example of one short for refrigerator. Because, I forget the Japanese term for when they shorten names like that. But it's essentially like shortened up words as opposed to words meaning its own sort of word by itself. Like self-contained underwater apparatus. Wait, no, self-contained underwater breathing apparatus. Jesus. And that kind of thing. God, why do I keep getting into these tangents?
Start spreading the news.
I don't think your voice is going... it's like, that's really bad falsetto right there. Or forget what they call... Yeah, it's like a falsetto, because that's not his natural range right there.
I'm leaving today.
Oh, that more is. But when he started that, I'm like, no, that's not your normal singing voice.
I wanna
Be a part of it. The song that everybody sings in karaoke. Oh, God. If I'm not even kidding, folks. If I had a cent, not even a nickel, a cent for every time I've heard either an old man or anybody sing the song in karaoke, I would be a multi-trillionaire. I do not know why people have the tendency... I mean, keep in mind, Sinatra's awesome. But the number of people who can pull it off is very few. It's like people that try to sing Elvis stuff. Unless you're doing it in your own style, just don't. Please don't.
Are longing to stray right.
You know what's funny about that, Lewis? They hate New York. George has mentioned shitting on... Well, George has shitted on New York before. Roger has in several songs. And Watt hates New York. They all hate New York. Yet here's Roger. And just like... what was it? Yeah, in Roger's song, he contradicted himself where he sung about going to Madison Square Garden. Here we go, singing about New York, New York.
Through the very heart of it, New York, New York. I wanna wake up in a city that doesn't sleep.
You know, you look like you've been up for 18 hours. I mean, not 18, 80 hours straight. Probably drinking Vietnamese coffee, if you had any.
Top of the heap, these little town blues.
These little vagabond shoes. Oh wait, yeah, we're on the next verse.
I'll make a brand new start to
New York, New York. This is the song these days, when it plays, almost everybody sings along with it. It's that well known. I cringe. I don't know why at that point when everybody starts singing along, it's like you hear everybody's bad voice. And sometimes it works, mostly though, you want to plug your ears. York, New York. See, I could butcher that too. Yeah, that's exactly how Frank would have done it. Lord, come on, really butcher it. I know, right, Mel? We went from, George trying to dismiss grape and sexual harassment to ear grape. Oh, there was also visual grape. How could I forget that with those testicular chins that George had?
King of the hill, number one.
And you know what? I don't think you give yourself enough credit there, Eugene. I think your voice is far and above better than Watt's. Really, the key in singing, if you want to pull off any Frank Sinatra or Dean Martin song, you not only got to have the energy, but you got to do it in your own style. Because so many people try to emulate the way either Frank sounded or the way he carried himself, and it doesn't work.
These little town
God. You coof there, Watt.
Gonna make a brand new
Start of it? Yep. I think he just shat himself there. I make that same sound when I haven't gone to the bathroom in 3 days.
If I can make it, then I'll make it.
It's funny, he went from, in the beginning of the song, trying to sound like Frank to, like, doing this as, like, a soul singer. It's such a bizarre and stark change. Oh, sorry.
It's up to you, New York, New York.
God. love how these lolcows just encourage themselves to perform like shit on stage.
It up for a while.
That's the best song you've ever done, Juan.
All right, so now we got George up next, then Jack.
I was thinking about Nashville last night. You thinking about that?
Yeah. You know what? When I think of New York, New York, I think of Nashville. Lewis, how does that make you feel? Oh, I'm going to think about, the greatest city and one of the greatest cities in America. But you know what? My heart's really in Nashville. It's in Tennessee.
All right, good deal. Good deal. You want me to go? You know what? I'm going to do a close range. Okay. So, whoops. Okay, I don't get her. Yeah, I'm going to do a close range. Let's try.
I'm going to do a close range. I think George means close up. Because George is so stupid and doesn't know even the most basic of fucking industry terms. You know what I love about this whole thing, by the way? And this holds true of almost every George karaoke song. Never mentions the songs that are being performed or, the original artist that does them. Just as Trademark, November 28, 2023, featuring Watt Smith. All right. So, wait, is this the last one? God damn, this is 7 minutes long. It's Seth, as Simon would say, Seth. It's Seth mode. We totally got to go to this place next time we go to GoonCon. Speaking of Nashville,
I was born in Mississippi. I'm a redneck, I'm a hippie.
I do have to say Watt performs this better than New York, New York. This is more Watt speed.
So if the sun's in the sky, if the red, white, blue still flies, if the day is white, you know where to find me. The middle of nowhere.
Be an attention whore on YouTube.
Middle of nowhere, ain't nowhere to find me. Middle of nowhere, check it. I prefer to kick it south of the Mason Dixon. I prefer my chicken fried.
Is he really trying to do this like a rap song? That body language, it's like he reminds me of every bad hip-hop music video from the 90s. Like the ones I'm trying to remember. And of course, none of the names are fucking coming to me right now, but it reminds of like the way he's using his hand for as body language.
I prefer to kick it south of the Mason Dixon. I prefer my chicken fried chicken with some fixins.
That hand movement's so awkward. It's almost to the point of being autistic. It's like, what are you doing?
I'm a product of a southern breeze, swinging on the pine trees. Y'all, I can't help it if I always wanna be in the woods.
Here's the thing, and this, once again, I'm not an expert, but I have been doing karaoke since, they first started selling them at, and I can't believe I'm admitting this, one of the earlier karaoke machines I saw in America was sold at Kmart, and my sister got one for Christmas and asked me to use it. So I've been doing this stuff for ages, done karaoke at bars, karaoke boxes, which is where you rent a room. The one general rule is you gotta not only be yourself, but not try to imitate somebody that you're not. It feels like Watt is trying to do some sort of character and it's not working for him. Like he's on stage in a theater. That whole hand. This.
Up a hill, we're down in the hollow.
Now, tell me that doesn't sound like somebody squatting to take a dump. That is like that is like you got a brick inside of you kind of constipation.
I'm a redneck, I'm a hippie. So if the sun's in the sky, if the red light moves, still flies in the day and why you know where to find me. Middle of nowhere,
Singing New York, New York.
Middle of nowhere, the middle of nowhere. Check. Rocking that dirt stain on my feet, sweating bullets, neck Friday football crowds on the small town with a couple.
Oh God, that rhythm is atrocious. I've never. I try to think. Yeah, I've never attempted a rap song publicly because it would sound this bad.
Rocking that dirt stain on my feet, sweating bullets, neck Friday football crowds on the small town with a couple places to eat, whipper wheels, apple pies on the windowsill, tractor tires, and a rope hung out on the oak. If you're looking.
It just sounds like he's spitting out random nonsense in a really bad rhythm.
For me, then you already know I'm in the woods. On top of the water hill, down in the holler, anywhere where I can wine, drink a beer, disappear, put the world behind me, yeah, dog. I was born in Mississippi. I'm a redneck, I'm a hippie. So
The sway he's doing, by the way, just it says he's nervous, by the way, which might be one of the reasons he was doing that whole hand thing earlier.
the sun's in the sky, if the red, white, and blue still flies, if the dancing wide, you know where to find me. The middle of nowhere, the
Middle of nowhere.
you know where to find me. Middle of nowhere, middle of nowhere, yeah, you know where to find me.
I'd be running away if he was in the middle of nowhere.
The middle of nowhere, you know where to find me. The middle of nowhere, the middle of nowhere, yeah, y'all, you know where to find me.
Now that was the best part, just when the song ended. Ah. Okay, we're not even. We still got 4.5 minutes left.
All right, awesome job. But let's go to West. Next up, let's get George.
Alright, of course.
Oh, chin shot. There's got to be a chin shot coming up because in the last 3 songs that we've seen, nothing but close-ups of George's chin.
Play here, I'm gonna be missing, but I gotta watch it from over here.
Yeah, I'll film you.
Oh, you filming?
Yeah.
Alright, keep my eye on that game over there as soon as the last minute. Hi there, ladies and gentlemen. Well, yeah, they're up by 3, but they just.
This is hilarious. George doesn't know if he should be more invested in singing or karaoke. He looks genuinely conflicted here.
Alright, of course. Schedule quick play here, I'm gonna be missing, but I gotta watch it from over here.
Yeah, I'll film you.
Oh, you filming?
Yeah.
Alright, keep my eye on that game over there as soon as the last minute. Hi there, ladies and gentlemen. Well, yeah, they're up by 3, but.
Oh, that's right. I didn't even hear that. Holy. Because the whole thing I heard was the fucking thing about the game. Alright. Gotta pay attention now. Good catch there, Diaz.
Awesome job. But let's go to West. Next up, let's get George.
Alright, of course. Schedule quick play here, I'm gonna be missing, but I gotta watch it from over here.
Yeah, I'll film you.
Oh, you filming?
Yeah.
Alright, keep my eye on that game over there as soon as the last minute. Hi there, ladies and gentlemen. Well, yeah, they're up by 3, but they have to either kick a field goal or do something.
George is
Yeah, well, it's George. Just call me George. That's George White. Alcohol will do something. Yeah, well, it's George. Just call me George. That's George White. George Porkwhite.
Hey, Night Owl. Yeah, unfortunately. Yeah, some woman in the... I think it was so faint, and not to mention I don't have my headphones on. Did she call him stupid? Because I didn't quite hear it. I know he called him something, but I didn't quite pick up on what it was.
Porkwhite. Yeah, I have. I told you that. You don't remember me? You're George White. Yeah, but why?
Oh!
Yeah, I have. I told you that. You don't remember me? You're George White. Yeah.
I don't want to hear George whine. So this person who works there is familiar with George, and he did not pick up on this. Oh my God. How could you be that much of a dullard? You recorded this. You didn't even hear it before you... Oh my God. I would have been so embarrassed.
But why?
Oh, nice.
No. George, keep in mind, I'm not a fan of this song, but the one thing I do know is George can't pull this off.
There we go.
This is, I don't know how to describe this song, but it's completely out of George's, what do you call it? It's a very, almost Valley Girl-esque kind of energy. Even though I know it's sung by a bunch of guys, but still. Yeah, Hootie and the Blowfish, you have to be a certain kind of person to like Boston. I know, I'm sorry, WTRD. It's just, when I was in college was around the time when Hootie was starting to become popular. And I would say stupid shit like that all the time to troll them. No, I don't think they're terrible. It's just, I think they're okay. I've certainly heard far worse than the 90s. But yeah, George can't pull this off because he's not nearly cool enough.
You and me, we come from different worlds. You'd like to laugh at me when I look at other girls. Sometimes you're crazy.
Yeah, something that doesn't happen in reality.
And you wonder why I'm such a baby, cause the Cowboys make me cry. But there's nothing I can do.
Hey, the Cowboys make me smile. They fail so fucking hard. I wonder what the odds are this weekend with the Seahawks. I should look at that toward the end of the stream.
I've been looking for a girl like you.
Is George trying to come on to her? Hold on. Because he did something.
Nothing I can do. I've been looking for a girl like you.
Yeah, that's not the lyric. He changed the lyrics and was looking at her, and she didn't want any part of it.
You look at me, you got nothing left to say. I'm gonna pout at you until I get my way. I won't dance, and you won't sing.
Wait a minute. Is this the same bar that Watt performed at? I don't know if this is a Virginia thing, but the stage is right next to the bathroom. And that was... no, it's not the same place. But the place where Watt performed at, that he dropped the N-word that one night and walked off stage just completely hammered out of his mind, that had a bathroom right next to the stage, if I remember correctly.
I just wanna love you, but you wanna rear my wings. But there's nothing I can do. All I wanna
be with you.
It is? Oh my god. All right, so this is a spot we got to go to during GoonCon.
You can call me a fool. Oh, I want to be with you. For a little dealing, I sit on a bench. Yeah, I say that line is great if you ask me what it meant by.
Oh my god. George talking about gray lines is pretty disturbing. Or singing about them.
Took my wife to Italy. She inherited $1 million, and when she died, it came to me. I can't help if I'm lucky.
Talking about gray lines and inheriting money. I forgot about that. Wait, those are lyrics in the song, right? I have not heard... keep in mind, I'm not a Hootie and the Blowfish fan. Those are lyrics in the song, right? Let's see, but I covered it and... Oh, yeah, that's right. God, it's been so long I completely forgot about that. But, yeah, is the whole thing about the gray line and the $1 million in the song, because if it is, that makes this unironically funny.
Oh, I want to be with you. Ain't nobody so cool. Oh, I want to be with you. Yeah.
George loves really showing his chin up close for some reason. I don't know if it's a subconscious thing, like he loves the way he grosses people out with it, or what, but he'll just go right up to the camera with chin first. Why does he do this? Were you here earlier, Eugene, when I got the close-up of George and it looked like he had a testicle chin? This isn't as good of a pause as that one, but it's pretty close. He almost looks like Don Vito in this pause. He's got... I know I did a video a long time ago about Don Vito. I mean, it was a really cheap Don Vito compilation, but he looks very similar to him in this.
Yeah, I'm tangled up in blue. Only wanna be with you. You can call me a fool. Only wanna be with you.
Against her will.
Sometimes I wonder if it ever ends. Sometimes I wonder if it ever ends.
I was gonna say, Lewis, thank you for pointing that out too. That whole black outfit thing speaks of somebody who's gonna do something very sus. Yeah, that's the kind of outfit, and he's not goth, and he's not wearing gothic clothing, so he's not trying to look cool. It just looks very weird and sketchy.
You get so mad at me when I go out with my friends. Sometimes you're crazy, and then you wonder why. I'm such a baby as the cowboys make me cry. But there's nothing I can do. I only want...
Yeah, because the Cowboys suck, George. I've said this many times before. You know what? Fuck it. We're going to look it up right now. Let's see. Cowboys... Seahawks odds. Over under. Huh? Oh, this one says Dallas. I doubt it. I think one of the ones from was it last year? Or I'm trying to remember. There was one year I watched, and they got thoroughly owned by the Seahawks. I'm still hoping they get owned, even if they do have an advantage.
Be with you. You can call me a fool. Oh, I wanna be with you.
You? Oh my God, you were right, Lewis.
Oh, I wanna be with you.
I think that was the whole reason why George wanted to do this song, was it had Yoo-Hoo, or George thought it had Yoo-Hoo in it.
I wanna be with you. Oh, I wanna be with you.
Good for George. Awesome job. Thank you, dear. All right, this will be the last round, lightning round.
Last round. Oh my God.
Mike is gone.
Thank God. Okay. So that was the last video, quote-unquote trademark video that we watched tonight. Let's see. Palette cleanser. Let me think of something appropriate that would go along. Oh! We haven't watched Watt's latest stand-up performance. Because that is special. Okay, so Watt Smith stand up. This should be the channel, right? Let's see. Come on. Videos. Oh yeah, here it is.
Next comedian comes to stage, very funny dude. I just say that because they pay me to. I'm sure he is. I've never met him, but I'm looking forward to seeing him.
She's already apologizing. That is not a good intro. I don't know, but I'm sure he's good. That is not a way you want to be introed into an audience. That is, oh my God.
Put your hands together right now, Mr. Watt Smith.
Oh my God, I can already tell this is not gonna... I've already seen this, but it's still, I cannot believe how bad this went.
Dude, I love that song. She gonna get it, like... Where's she gonna leave? Yeah, pretty much. I don't want to talk about the negatives, so yeah.
Yeah, that's
Thanksgiving coming up, you know. So like,
it's funny. He's not even 20 seconds into his set yet, and he's already all over the place. Yeah, when you do a routine, you got to stay focused. If you confuse the audience, the chances of you getting laughs are near, and if you do get laughs, they're completely unintentional. You've completely fucked up as a comedian at that point. I want to start it over, just so, because I still couldn't figure out what he was talking about here.
she gonna get it, like... Where's she gonna leave? Yeah, pretty much. I don't want to talk about the negatives, so yeah. Thanksgiving coming up, you know. So I like thinking of a tough guy, you know. Just like, probably because I'm angry.
Yeah, way to go. Keep in mind, there's some people who have been very serious in comedy and can pull it off really well. Watt is not one of them. It sounds like to me that Watt has no prepared material when he goes on stage. I think he did originally, like in the earlier stuff, he would rip stuff off from other comedians. This, it just sounds like he comes up on stage and says stuff that he thinks sounds funny. Which makes me wonder how he gets these gigs.
You know, like, I go to these, like, Starbucks and the grocery store, and I feel like they're talking crap.
Alright, so we went from girlfriend, Thanksgiving, now Starbucks. I'm so fucking confused. Once again, I know I study comedy, I know Boston has. This is just a complete clusterfuck. We're not even a total minute into a sketch yet. Let's see. When does he go on stage? I think he goes on stage about 10 seconds in. So we're not even into a full minute into a set. And just complete and utter confusion. You could see it in the audience too, by the way. They're so focused that they're lost. And this is a little known fact. Unless, like, you're a big performer, by big performer, I'm talking about, like, Drew Carey big. The audience automatically roots for you. They want you to win. Carlin had this whole routine about getting up on stage and killing the audience and that sort of thing. It's brutal, but it's only brutal if you make it brutal on yourself. If you're prepared when you go up on stage and you do your best, the audience understands that, unless you're like at a very serious comedy club, which this doesn't look like.
Like, what can I get started for you? That's something I would say in a street fight.
What?
And I feel like they're talking crap whenever you know, just like, probably because I'm angry. You know, like, I go to these, like, Starbucks and the grocery store, and I feel like they're talking crap when they're being quiet. They're like, what can I get started for you? That's something I would say in a street fight.
What's something I can get for you that sounds like something I would say in a street fight? I think I explained about this before in the Why Gorgeous GG sex videos. Your jokes, if you're doing jokes, which it sounds like Watt is trying to do here, as opposed to having a setup and a payoff, which sounds like it's a joke, but it works differently because you usually have a bunch of other things in there in case whatever your... What is that called? I haven't studied comedy in a long time. It's not the punchline now. Anyway, if your routine doesn't have a big payoff in the end, yeah, you might as well walk off stage. The audience, just looks completely lost here.
Have a great day. Enjoy it. God bless you.
That makes no fucking sense. God damn it, Watt. You are such a This is one of the worst routines I've ever seen. I'm not even joking either. Like, at least with the George stuff, he was trying to, like... It's like kindergarten kind of level. It's like, trying to do fart jokes, and it's funny for kids. This is funny to no one.
You want fries with that? Then he looks up.
Exactly, Lewis. Diction is such an important key to comedy. If nobody can understand you, then once again, anytime you lose the audience, you might as well walk off stage.
Oh, you're being nice, salt and pepper. How's your food taste? That feels like too.
Yeah, I know. Whenever I get into a fight, I the first thing I always say is, how's your food, motherfucker? Can I get some ketchup? Complete normal things to say in a fight. Yeah, I see the correlation there.
It's a question, it's a total stranger serving you. how's everything tasting?
I hate to inform this to you, Watt, but every fast food place you go to, unless your family runs it, is going to be run by a stranger. Did you think they were all going to be related to you prior to you entering there? Is the restaurant industry one big incest fest?
Your balls itch? Except the waiter's trying to help me make it taste better. So, scratching this waiter's balls.
So we talk about getting into fucking fights with and comparing it with things the staff says to you to, oh, you want some extra flavor? Let me scratch my balls. That is something George would say. Yeah, exactly, Night Owl. It isn't funny. And I was explaining earlier, I don't know if you were here for that. The audience usually in a smaller crowd roots for you. They want you to win. And the audience is still trying here. And you could already tell that they don't like it, that they're doing this to, like, you know, at least, you know, try to see him succeed. And he just, and you're going to hear it at one point, he completely fucked shit up. He's almost there, as a matter of fact.
Not as awkward as that Thanksgiving when I was 5 and I molested my uncle.
Oh my God. All right. So, here's the thing. Rape jokes have been done before. People like George Carlin and other people have made it funny before. But they don't just jump to, oh, yeah, one Thanksgiving I molested my uncle. Huh? There was no context behind that. It comes out of left field. If it was like, if you were playing baseball, that would hit you in the eye. You would be knocked unconscious to the ground. They would take you to the emergency room. And knowing your luck, after seeing that, you'd probably be a vegetable for the rest of your life. Or in my case, a fruit. That I stole from Carlin. Yeah. He's overrated these days, but I still love Carlin's stuff.
Every year it's weird, you know. Say, Uncle, nephew! Go get me some turkey. I don't know. Thought that was weird.
He had a moment of self-actualization there. That was weird. You think?
It would work, right? That's all.
Wait. Did he just say that would work?
Not as awkward as that Thanksgiving when I was 5 and I molested my uncle.
I gotta hear that whole thing.
Every year it's weird, you know. Say, Uncle, nephew! Go get me some turkey. I don't know. Thought that was weird. That didn't happen. But it would work, right?
No, it wouldn't work. What planet is this funny on? Maybe the Grapus planet out in the middle butthole. I don't know. That joke makes no fucking sense. It was... Hey, Lewis, that was a nuke. That wasn't just a bomb. That killed... I'd say that killed 2 million people, and that wasn't with even the fallout yet. The fallout's going to be coming soon, because I think this is around the point when he completely loses the audience.
Best offense is a good defense.
Yeah. So only a couple people are laughing now, where before the audience was still cheering for him. We're not 2.5 minutes yet into the set yet, and he's lost completely. This should be the point when he should walk off stage. Because whatever he was working on there obviously didn't work. It's so obvious. Boston will testify to this. It's so obvious he had no prep work into this. He went on stage, thought maybe maybe he at the very least maybe he had a concept of something he wanted to talk about. But you just can't go on stage and have nothing prepared. Sometimes that works if you're a great improv comedian. Not usually a traditional one, though. Traditional comedians, they usually have stuff written far ahead. And he's making this... let me tell you, I only done it a couple times before. I would be going on stage apologizing to everybody on behalf of people who've tried to make people laugh before.
Yeah, I don't know. What about, you know what me and the past...
he's trying so hard to think of a recovery, and he can't think of anything because he never had anything to begin with. The audience sees right through this. Yeah, now they're talking shit on him. Oh my god, I would have been that woman. I feel so much pity for her. There's nothing worse than having to apologize for a bad act. Because one, you don't want to discourage people from performing, but also you can't excuse it either.
We're both pretty much against abortion.
Alright, so now, okay, we went from fighting against people because they say nice things to you in a restaurant to molesting your uncle, and now this. What in the fuck are you thinking? What?
You know, I can't see any of y'all either.
No shit, what? You can't see them because you're on stage, there's a bunch of lights fucking shining on you. And yeah, they're not the ones performing, you are. Oh god. So I guess I'll do a quick little tangent here, because we're more than halfway done with this one, and then I'll wrap it up after this. So I did lighting crew for a play one year, and there was this actor I didn't get along with, and so I was learning how the equipment worked upstairs, and I'm like, oh, because being an actor, I know what lighting does when, especially when it's unexpected. So here's the perfect part. He asked for the lights to be really bright. I'm like, okay, I'll do that for you. And the lights that night were so bright, he was blinking. So, yeah, the fact that Watt is so unaware of how lights work at this point is really regarded. It's stupid.
Like 2 tables I can see, so. And by the way,
he acts like he's never been on stage before. How's that going to work for you?
If you want to kick my ass after the show, Voltaire.
Oh, please. Okay, so I'm going to be first in line. Who wants to be behind me?
Said.
Actually, I'm sure that lady that's going to be apologizing for him wants to be first in line.
I may not agree with what you say, but I will fight to the death so that you have a right to say it. So you're not just facing me, you're facing Voltaire.
Huh? Joke does not compute. Where did... Once again, as an audience member, I shouldn't have to be going,
And then Voltaire shows up to the fight, and he's like, I like bugs. I'm gonna win.
$500 says he doesn't know who Voltaire is. Or what he was famous for. Or what his ideas on philosophy was. Or what a radical thinker he was. And how he still influences philosophers to this day. Watt does not have a fucking clue.
Your bitch ass with my magnifying glass. Dude, me and Voltaire are just gonna go look at all the bugs. Voltaire's like, I feel like curling up into a cocoon.
That is not something. Voltaire was a revolutionary. He was all. He was not above getting into fights. He was a very different kind of philosopher. Just way off the mark. So far off the mark. Actually, to a lesser degree, too, politics. Voltaire was involved with. But he had his hand in a lot of things. But he demonstrates here that he's just using Voltaire because he's an old writer. He literally knows nothing about him, which you should never do as a comedian unless you have a good joke to follow that up with. Or some sort of good story. Something. Anything beside that. Well,
I just feel like, I got a letter from the DMV that said...
Exactly, Lewis. That is pretty much this whole routine right there in a nutshell. He wanted to be funny. He got up there and that whole statement applies to this whole routine. He's lost the audience at this point. You can see the servers are out, which usually doesn't happen during a routine unless usually it's a bigger club where like all the tables are separated so they're not stealing focus from the person performing. So yeah, when you see this shit happen, you've bombed. Generally speaking, not always.
My driving privilege is suspended. I just thought, you're a little too uppity about abortion.
Little too uppity about driving abortion. What? Huh? I'm just gonna be. That's gonna be my catchphrase the rest of the stream. Huh? I have no idea where he's going with this. It once again, if it had some sort of payoff, it would be worth it, but it goes nowhere.
The pedos don't want you to do it because, they want to screw the child.
No! You did not go there! You know what? You did not just say that. You did not just say that. You can see these two right here. They're just talking mad shit. I don't know if my cursor's showing on screen. There's some... That's another way you could tell that you're losing people. Is if multiple people at once are whispering to each other's ear about what a shit job you're doing.
I don't want you to do it because I like to be indignant. I don't know.
Oh my god. You don't... You should never say I don't know as a comedian. Actually, this is not too far from the truth. Being a comedian is like being a pilot. So imagine, being a plane 30,000 feet and, the captain comes on the PA and says, hello, Captain Watt Smith. I don't know. And that would pretty much set the whole tone for the rest of the flight. So that's pretty much what Watt has done here.
It's not like it wouldn't happen if it was illegal. Remember when weed was illegal 2 years ago?
No. Why don't I remember this part? No. I did not just hear that. I gotta hear... This is one of those times where I feel like my ears are lying to me, even though I know what I just heard was the truth.
I don't want you to do it because I like to be indignant. I don't know. It's not like it wouldn't happen if it was illegal. Remember when weed was illegal 2 years ago?
What? You... degenerate, you. Comparing weed to fucking child molesting. Those are about as far apart as Once again, I'm so flabbergasted, I cannot think of a good comparison right now. I know Lewis will, because Lewis is far more articulate than I am. Those are not even in the same hemispheres in terms of comparison. Rape is closer to pedophilia. Let's see. Sexual assault. Well, that's basically the same thing as rape. Molestation. That is pedophilia. See what's Watt's doing to my mind here? He's making me say similar stuff like Gigi is. This is what almost 20 years of listening to George does to your mind and his regarded friends.
We were all getting high. There's just a little bit of shame involved. I'm like,
okay, so what has this thing going on where he, gets into this one subject, then all of a sudden just randomly changes it. It's like it's a bunch of non sequiturs, but the non sequiturs have no payoffs.
Today, they say, if I got raped, that's really only an argument a woman would make.
You know what? I want to make rape jokes in front of a room where I would say half of them are women. Look at her. Her head is pointed down. This is how badly you lost Watt. Her head is either looking at a cell phone or it's hanging down in shame. I don't know if my curse is showing up or not, but look at that. And he's just so he doesn't know what to make of any of this. Then I could have swore, her hands were just on her face. And you could... Oh, wait, no, that's a bunny. No, okay, here's the face I'm trying to look for. She wants to brutally stab him in the chest. Preferably with a steak knife. Something nice and sharp would go through a rib cage. This is how badly you fucked up, Watt. You do not transition from a rape. Let's see. Raping an uncle, comparing fights to compliments, pedo jokes to this. I think Boston will speak to this. I've never seen a stand-up act this horrible before in terms of not just preparation, but execution. I've seen bad execution before, and usually when that happens, it's like they're experimenting with material, so sometimes they expect it. This is a legitimate just shit show. I've never seen it this bad before, and this is even counting George. Because George doesn't even, he says pedo stuff, but not to this extent.
I don't have the balls to make those kind of arguments, so I'm jacking off Steve for cigarettes in prison. And then Tyra...
God damn it. What? What the fuck is wrong with you? I'm so thankful there's only a minute and a half of this left, because if it was beyond 6, I would hang myself at this point. It seems like he's just saying stuff to shock the audience and not really for them to laugh. It's like, how far can I really aggravate people before they get up off their seat and hang me from the rafters on the stage? That's what this whole routine feels like at this point.
Gets in on it. Don't I deserve a Fanta? It's like, absolutely. Just get away from me. I'll buy you a Fanta. You win the argument because you killed the main character.
Remember the whole who, what, where thing I mentioned all the way back in the Why Gigi Sucks? It was a part 1 of the series. You establish who, what, where, mainly so the audience gets a gauge at what you're trying to go for in a scene. So, you know, you get the setting, and the audience sort of has a visualization of it, if not a concept. So that way, when you're doing the story, you can guide them around. You're sort of like a tour guide in that aspect, or like a pilot, as mentioned earlier. And so what keeps making left turn after left turn after left turn after left turn, and after a certain point, not only are you going in circles, you are just making everybody that's around you pissed off. Which is what you've done at this point. Nobody in the audience, remember, just 2.5 minutes ago, I think it was around this point, they were still laughing with them. And it was more pity laughs, but, you know, they wanted to give them at least a shot. Now we're at the point where people are not only hanging their heads, not only are cringing, there is somebody leaving the theater who's probably going to ask for their money back. Oh, they're sitting down. Okay, I thought they were leaving. So, hold on. How many seconds of dead air did we have just then? Gonna go back to 4:42.
Hey.
Did you hear that? Somebody said I didn't get it.
Hey.
Oh, why did you upload this? This is abhorrent.
No, I gotta leave on a laugh, and that's the order of my material.
So, yeah, people are asking to leave. Alright, here's the thing. If people are asking you to leave, you just gotta leave. When you do it on your own, at least you have some sort of dignity. It's like, you know what, you tried. You give time to another comedian. To another comedian who wants to go up there and perform. It's actually the polite thing to do as a comedian. Just like there's rules for, you know, any other thing, there is in comedy. And with stand-up comedy, it's like you agree to do a certain amount of time and maybe go over a little bit if you're doing well. But if you are bombing, you got to get out of there as soon as possible before an explosion happens. And as we just saw, he just went down in a ball of flames. And everybody wants to run. And everybody's telling them to get the fuck out of there.
I don't know, I'm single.
What a shocker.
But, you know, I want to meet a girl, but they say just be yourself. So my favorite movie's Dragonheart, so.
How is that a joke? You just described yourself. Unless that followed up with something else, which I know it won't. That's just not funny. You're just... Whoops, crap. Sorry about that. Accidentally double-clicked there. Okay, here we go.
I like to go up to people, talk, and say, all dragons know that story. What was to be their hope became their doom. See what pops. Thank you.
Boy, those are pity claps if I've ever heard a pity clap before.
Definitely need to check the cookies on his computer, but we're gonna...
And she single-handedly destroyed him in one joke. That whole joke right there got more laughs than Watt's whole set. Oh my god, that had to burn. I mean, if Watt was self-aware, that would burn. I mean, if that was me, though, I'd be cringing all the way home. I'd be like, oh my god. I would absolutely kill myself. But then again, I know you guys would too. I would feel so much shame if that was me. Oh, let's hear the rest of it.
Keep this show rolling. Next comedian coming to the stage.
That's code word for what the fuck just happened.
I want you to start clapping right now. We're gonna reset this shit. Start clapping right now.
We're gonna reset this shit. Bravo. Perfect. I don't know what her name is, but she knew how to make the audience go again. Oh, wow. Yeah. She single-handedly revived a show that was about ready to flatline. Even right there, he was getting better reactions than Watt did. Wow. Legitimately, that was one of the worst stand-up routines I've ever seen in my entire life. And when I was a kid, I used to watch a lot of stand-up specials. And even the cheesy ones, by and far, were better than that. It literally just seems like they brought up a drunk guy on stage and have him talk for about 5 minutes. Like, I'm surprised because usually when they bring somebody who claims they're a comedian over, they get at least, a little taste of their work and usually get a little bit of an indication if they're going to be funny or not. With Watt, I think there should have been a ton of red flags way before they agreed to put him on stage. Oh. Okay. I can't. Yeah, I do not want to end on that. We need another palate cleanser. Trying to think of something. Any requests? I might just end it here because I've been streaming for 4.5 hours? No. Have I been streaming that long? Oh, that explained a lot. No. Are you kidding, Deus? He rolled that die off the stage. It's in the next county. Nobody... that die, you can't even figure out what he rolled. It's so low. Could be a 0 for all we know. 666. Yeah, you guys are awesome. Thank you guys for sticking with me. Tonight was a fun stream, and we all broke trademark law together. I only want to be with you. I noticed Eugene went right away when I started playing Watt. That was legitimately, I do not. I feel like watching something that's actually funny, and I gotta think of what that would be. That's not copywritten. Give me a moment. What I'll do here. Turn that off. While I look for something really quick. Maybe I have something in my... I already did the infomercial thing, so I don't want to go back to that. Let's see. I'm going to see if there's anything good in my YouTube recommendations because I can't think of anything off the top of my head. And I am sorry about the dead air. I'm surprised. Usually I come up with some sort of good comedic thing, and I have nothing but serious shit popping up. Either that or music. What's wrong with me? Usually I've... Okay, that's Japanese. I've already done that to death with my previous streams. I might just say fuck it and end it right here. Because this has been a good night so far, and I don't want to end it on something as bad as what? Oh, wait a minute. If I do end it now, it'll be on something as bad as what? Lewis Carey... Gigi's got trademark. You should. You totally should, Lewis. I'll have to think of something good. Oh, I want my MTV would be good, except I want my copyright. Want my payola. That's even better. I want my payola. Alright, yeah, I think I'm going to end it here. Thank you guys so much for sticking with me tonight. Because I had a ton of technical issues early on, and I did during the stream too, because I had to end up streaming directly from my, browser, which I don't normally do. Yeah, payola. So I love all you. Might be doing a game stream tomorrow, depending on if my friend contacts me. If not, or tomorrow. If he doesn't, then I'll definitely do a game stream tomorrow night. Yeah, thank you guys so much for coming tonight. I'll do another GG stream next week until Meth and Boston get their... You would, once again... Not drinking, folks. Until they get their thing rolling along. And thank you, Night Owl. Matter of fact, let me say thank you to everybody that's in chat right now. Thank you, Night Owl, Nurse Joy, Deus, Lewis, Eugene. Let's see. Who else is there? Besides, I know there's been a ton of people here tonight. Jason was here earlier. Then before that, we had... Oh yeah, Lummox came here tonight. And a couple other people as well. My memory is like a sieve, so I can't remember most people. But to anybody who is here tonight, I love you all. And I wish you a great rest of the night and a fucking fun weekend. And most importantly... Watch funnier things than what. Anything is better than what. All right. All right. So I'm going to go offline now. Thank you guys. Bye.